cooperation, but it was not finalized yet. And also the one in the UNSC proposal is not the final
record button. Oops.
Proposal.
But we desynced and we're starting with the UN anyway,
which we could accept.
Okay. May I ask what's the Russian delegation's problem with
there are three concerns for us. First of all, the permanent nuclear umbrella, which would give Ukraine a blank check to attack Russia. We would ask for anything like a tripwire force or anything, so they could have protection. We have no interest in attacking Ukraine, but they would have protection if this is the case. We would ask for a timeline for the Crimean referendum, which is also not in it. Actually, the revised American proposal did not put a time, rescinded the referendum, which is unacceptable to us. It has a UNSC mandate. And we believe there should be free and fair trials for the Ukrainian people in the Donbass and in Crimea in case Ukraine regains control. This was put in after I talked to the Americans, but there are no sanctions in case Ukraine does not do it. To summarize, yes. We need the referendum. I would like to remove the nuclear umbrella, and we believe there should be sanctions in case Ukraine does not comply.
Well, may we please interject on that topic? We, the Danish delegation, believe that partially presenting a large portion of the nations in the European Union, that said, a large portion, not the European Union in its entirety, we believe that our proposal is, well, indeed very similar to the one that the US proposed, but we have also just recently drawn up an open letter to address certain issues, and in that letter we have addressed similar issues as the Russians have, and we're sad to say that the nation that rejected this is Ukraine. How can the USA stand behind a nation that openly rejects UNSC-mandated referendums? How can you stand behind that? That's unacceptable. We need a fair referendum and we need amendments to the proposal. We need to find a solution to this. All-out war is not a solution.
I do agree with the Danish delegates. Now,
I'm not on the stage.
If I do believe there are current sanctions in Ukraine when it comes to diplomatic sanctions. The United States is diplomatically sanctioning Ukraine at the moment, and we do not see any further escalation yet. What we can do, and what I understood from the Russian delegations, we can sign a non-aggression deal between Ukraine and Russia. But it should not be. It should not include the separatists, because again, this is Ukrainian territory.
Yes, we agree, and we in this proposal we do not disagree with that this is Ukrainian territory. We only want that if they march back in. Yes, okay, you understand me. No, yes, but
I'm not like the president, Mr. Delegate. I'm not like the president. You could.
Okay,
you could go on.
Well, yes, I think it is clear. My point is clear. We are really very much willing to sign a non-aggression pact, let Ukraine, if they do it fairly, regain control over Donbass area, and we could have peace. But Ukraine has to accept the amendments in this new resolution, which is not a lot to ask from Russia. We know we have made.
We would like to interject on that matter and ask if Russia is demanding only the change regarding the nuclear umbrella, or also including the points that have been addressed by a major or by a large part of the European nations in our recent open letter.
Let me just check, because the joint statement from Europe was put in very recently. I have read it. I don't think the nuclear umbrella is in there, right? Or is it?
It is not yet. We have found other aspects of the treaty to be outright unfair and in violation of international law and norms.
Who would have expected? Who would have thought?
Yes, well, I think the European proposal meets much of the criteria. You know, we understand Ukraine wants security guarantees given Russian actions in the past. We understand that, but we believe a nuclear umbrella gives them a blank check to attack Russia. And if Russia would wish to retaliate to such attack, we would have nuclear war.
In that case, that is for us.
Oh
listen,
my
I don't
god.
want to concede that
Oh
a nuclear
my
umbrella.
God.
But what we can do, obviously, is find a middle path and say that we can sign an aggression pact, obviously voiding the separatist movement.
Well, how about this then? In the
Oh my
recent
God.
proposal by the Americans, we have a very uneven way of punishment. It is in. Let me just take a quick look. It is in section. It is in
They've got their own
it is clause
trees and
number
shit,
2D,
it's,
which is not only what
when I edit
What?
this, I'll
Sorry,
actually
sorry.
try to.
which is
Picture.
the mandate that the contract would be void if Russia were to break any of its obligations. No such clause is offered or is included that would void the agreement if Ukraine did so or if the United States did so. We believe that is not only unfair, but we have also found that to be in violation of international norms. We feel that should be changed and that a common middle ground could be that Ukraine, if they were in breach of this treaty, would absolutely and immediately lose nuclear protection.
Really, I thought that was
This
Russia,
could
man.
be acceptable to us.
Yeah, that's.
You know, if they have they
pretty
hold their
Russia.
agreement. Yes, because it's also in the agreement that if Russia attacks Ukraine, then the treaty is voided except for the nuclear umbrella, and this is not acceptable to us. The explanation the Danish delegate gave is would solve that issue, and we believe that this could the proposal as put forward by the Danish delegate in name of the European delegations could work for us.
What I could amend to this delegation is if Ukraine violates a treaty in respect of acting hostile towards Russia, then yes, we could give up the nuclear umbrella. Besides that, we're not willing to give up the nuclear umbrella under any other breaches.
So what would be the repercussions
we need to remember,
for...
gentlemen, we need to recall that this is a treaty that requires the signature, or the signature of Ukraine itself, who has already openly rejected the European statement on the matter. If we cannot get Ukraine to agree to this, then we cannot make any headway on this matter. And it's China's personal position that the United States' unilateral, uniform, complete, unapologetic backing of Ukrainian actions in recent years is the entire cause for Ukrainian bullheadedness on this issue. Ukraine will not budge because they believe they have the incomplete military support of the United States, which is, quite frankly, ridiculous in the Chinese eyes. But we cannot discuss this issue until we can get Ukraine. We cannot do anything without Ukraine's approval of the matter.
Right,
Ukraine must be brought to the UNSC chair room now, so they can be consulted on the discussion.
United States second this. Let's invite Ukraine.
Interesting.
No, we could accept them here.
Very well, then the chair invites the Ukrainian delegation.
Alrighty, let's see what they got to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. The Ukrainian stance is that we are in full support of the US proposal that was proposed initially and was also discussed with the Russian Federation. But this ridiculous EU statement and proposition is something that we are rejecting wholeheartedly. It presents a one-sided deal that the Russian Federation probably will favor more. And we believe that the US proposal is a more fair assessment of the situation, in the whole situation.
Then point out a single aspect that's one-sided. We have literally called out Ukraine and US for not being fair. This is absolutely ludicrous.
This is not ludicrous, my dear friend, my dear delegate. Let me just look up the statement real quick, because I have it not on my desk right now. I can give you some pointers here.
We appreciate that. We're working towards a solution.
Of course, Ukraine is also, just for the record, Ukraine is not interested in any war with any nation. But we will not bulge on our territorial integrity. I just wanted to make this clear before we move on.
Does it improve a continued renunciation of the mandated third Crimean referendum?
Let's just listen to what the Ukrainian delegation has a problem.
Yes,
I just want to understand real quick.
Okay, first one. About Crimea. Crimea has been taken over by Russia, by a Russian clandestine operation. I think nobody's doubting this anymore.
Ukrainian
we know this. Secondly,
Everybody's doubting this. China completely contests this.
of course,
There's no evidence of
China
this.
contests this because
I also doubt
China
this.
is pro-Russia. We all know this.
Let me
Thank you.
let's just
Damn.
hear the Ukrainian delegations.
I feel like the
please.
Ukrainians are playing us
Yes.
right now.
So,
Like a fucking
Crimea is a core territory of Ukraine. Therefore, we reject any referendum on this territory. It
These are
needs to
being
be. It needs to be in Ukrainian hands. The referendum is off the table. The people there got coerced by Russia. We took legal action for perpetrators, which is in our legal rights, by the way. It is high treason. High treason in our constitution is not allowed and is punishable. So we acted within our norms.
Sorry, continue.
Gentlemen, sorry, the chair would kindly ask the Ukrainian delegation to press the start button if it's possible. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
There we go.
I start with 1 speed, by the way. Maybe it's 2 speed. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. So about Crimea, it needs to be we apprehended those people, and those people are getting a fair trial. They are getting a fair trial. But it is our jurisdiction and our sovereign rights to punish people within the framework of our law. This is the first thing. Crimea needs to be Ukrainian. Secondly, about the separatist uprisings that are in the Donbass. We are within our right of self-defense and our territorial integrity to wheel them back into Ukraine. That's another thing. But I don't think this is any opposed by any nation right now. And thirdly,
It is not.
And thirdly, our problem is with the we like the proposal of a non-aggression pact with Russia. I think this would solve many issues, and we could also not. We could also say that we don't need the nuclear umbrella in this case because we have a non-aggression pact. But Ukraine insists on a reasonable US force within Ukraine.
Right,
Could Russia respond first to this?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Yes. You know, we understand the necessity for security guarantees or a non-aggression pact. We would be open to this. However, the Crimean referendum, first and foremost, perhaps there were irregularities with the first referendum, but with the second referendum there were none. Yet it has been UNSC mandated that we hold a third one, which we accepted, and there is now a UNSC mandate for a third referendum, which Ukraine refuses to adhere to, and this is unacceptable to us. The other points I think we could come to an agreement about, and there is also one thing we need to discuss about the Crimean referendum. We know from exposed Belarusian intelligence operations that the Ukrainian authorities labeled civilian innocent administrators as pro-Russian and detained them.
We like to point out that pro-Russian and Belarusian propaganda should not be discussed in this UNSC. We reject this claim as Belarusian propaganda.
Okay. May I just interject now?
This is how the peace tales
now
have
the thing
broken
is, the
down
United
every
States
fucking
did,
time in this
and I
RPG.
cannot argue,
Doing
accept a UNSC mandate of a referendum according to UNSC Resolution 17 proposed by us, and it was passed without opposition here at the UNSC.
So
Now,
it should now be your standpoint to enforce it.
what I'm getting there. What I cannot argue is Crimea is Ukrainian.
And nobody has.
Let me get to the point. Crimea is Ukrainian.
Denmark's
Problem
taking
is,
a
yes,
pretty
we did.
pro-Russian
There
stance
is
on
a
this,
current
which is
UNSC
kind of
resolution
expected, honestly.
in a
Ukraine's
referendum.
been a little aggro,
What I would kindly ask is if Ukraine
little
could
aggressive.
do this referendum, which
But
I am
with
sure
some,
it will result in
where
Ukrainian
you can't
victory,
really call it out.
so you can
It's
move
really
on.
interesting.
I think the only problem here is
Oh my
that
God.
referendum.
Love it, dog.
I believe that is the only problem we have. Besides that, I
Yet.
think Russia would be
That's
accepting
AI.
that there would be a nuclear umbrella over Ukraine. There would be a certain troop activity, American troop activity in Ukraine,
Right.
if we can just do this damn referendum.
No, we reject any referendum held on our sovereign territory.
Well, you are then
But
in
they were
clear
so
violation
in
of
favor
international
like,
law,
10
as it has
referendums
also
to
been
get it
pointed
back
out in
from
our
Russia,
draw,
which is
in our
crazy.
draft.
As Russia being in
Even
clear
though you
violation of international law,
for
this
them
did the EU call
Yes,
this
and
out?
we have been sanctioned for it.
And what is this whataboutism? We're trying to resolve a conflict here, and you're putting yourself in a situation where you seem like an
And
aggressor.
the EU and the EU behaves like it's a pro-Russian puppet state.
We are very sorry that we are not a US puppet state.
Could I answer one of the previous remarks from the Ukrainian delegate? What is the truth? Whether it is Belarusian truth, we believe it is truth, or it is Russian propaganda, could be investigated by independent observers at the ground when Ukraine regains territory, as is in the agreement, and then we can see whether Ukraine or Russia speaks truth here. I don't want to debate that here. This is all fine. But we do believe that the third referendum should be held. Whether or not Russia violated international law in the past, we have amended for this by returning Crimea to you to hold the referendum properly, because the second referendum was already deemed as a proper referendum. But there was a UNSC mandated conclusion that it should be held again, and we abided by it. So your assessment that Russia broke international law is false.
Well, we can make one more proposal that serves as a middle ground. We will hold a referendum.
5 minutes remaining.
We will hold the referendum, but in exchange we get a nuclear umbrella.
Well, would you be willing to consider this nuclear umbrella to be tied to you not violating the treaty in the future?
No, because this would lead to loopholes that Russia could exploit.
But I can.
Every treaty that a nation signs, they are committing to not violating the treaty in the future, which Ukraine has now broken 2 major treaties, a UNSC treaty, as well as a regional treaty of the Warsaw Six. China would not support any situation in which a Crimean referendum happens while under Ukrainian occupation. For this matter, China does recommend to the body that Crimea be placed under the occupation observership of a neutral third-party nation, because we have documented reports and evidence of Crimean voter suppression and political suppression within Crimea after Ukraine's illegal annexation.
We refuse that.
We refuse the ridiculous Chinese proposition.
What's ridiculous is Ukraine has violated 2 open treaties, and we're still treating them as if they're a nation that could be trusted. How can we make any treaty with Ukraine because they're blatantly disregarding the international law?
What I can say is, we will remove the nuclear umbrella if Ukraine does any hostile actions towards any foreign actors. That's what we can. That's what I can.
The nuclear umbrella should be removed if the Ukraine breaks the treaty.
Ukraine has done hostile actions against foreign actors when they occupied and illegally re-annexed Crimea, which is recognized as an independent state that was going to have a referendum.
It was first annexed by Russia.
It was not annexed by Russia. This is basic history that even the U.S. has agreed to, that Crimea rose up with the eastern Donbass regions and declared its independence and formally requested integration with the Russian Federation, to which they should not have accepted without consulting international bodies, to which they have atoned for and returned the land back to Crimea on the condition, or to Ukraine, on the condition that a referendum took place, to which Ukraine has, to this day, completely abashed and disavowed ever following, and has already conducted political suppression in the region.
It is internationally recognized by Ukraine.
It was internationally recognized by the UNSC to have a referendum on the future of its self-determination.
I'm not arguing with you on that.
Why do we have to listen to a Chinese lecture on suppression when they're suppressing Tibetans, when they're suppressing the Uyghurs, when they're suppressing other?
Stick to the matter.
This is not the matter right now. I think the DPRK delegate would like to speak.
We'd just like to ask, would the United States delegate agree to such ridiculous interpretations of, like, the Ukrainians are actively ignoring international law? Yeah. The US bombed us over agreeing to international law, but not to how they liked it. Would the US treat us the same if it was the DPRK instead of Ukraine, or the Ukraine was a communist Russia-aligned nation, or
I am not arguing
not a US ally?
On whether there is, I specifically agreed with all of you that there should be a referendum held in Ukraine. The way it should be held is a different question. What I'm saying is,
Legally and fairly?
I would like. Of course, we should do it legally and fairly. I'm not arguing.
Then why has
here
Ukraine
with that.
politically suppressed dissidents within
There are
Crimea?
3 million
When
people
did it
living
happen?
in Crimea.
What do you mean? When did that happen? Look at any history book.
I-
Look at any newsreel about Ukraine events after they refused the UNSC referendum. They arrested all lawmakers within Crimea that supported
People
the
who live in
referendum.
the past
Which was within our law and our right as a nation.
We're discussing the past right now, Mr. Vice President.
Gentlemen, 2 minutes remaining.
I can show
to the
you.
Ukrainian problem. I would like to say, I will agree to a referendum, and we can agree to a concession when it comes to the nuclear umbrella.
Look,
The chair would
if
like
this
to ask
con-
if,
this-
the chair would like
Yes,
to ask
sorry,
if
yes.
Ukraine accept the referendum, because any referendum to take place, it should be granted by the country owning such territory. So is
Ukraine cannot.
agreeing?
We can agree to this. However, our position stands clear. We want this in exchange for nuclear umbrella.
China cannot
Yes,
recognize the
but-
legitimacy of a Ukrainian or Crimean referendum while
Then how about we
Ukraine
invite
owns Crimea.
observers? Let's
like
invite
Ukraine is
international. We
holding
don't
us-
have to.
This was
transfer
already
sovereignty.
agreed
Like
upon.
like the world.
Good.
This was
Why
already
not?
agreed upon, and
Why-
Ukraine already violated this by ousting observers and arresting political dissidents. These dissidents, quote unquote, need to be released, returned to their homes, returned to their families. And Crimea cannot be owned and occupied by Ukraine. It must be owned and occupied by a neutral
It is in-
third-party
it is
state
in
while
the-
the referendum takes place.
It is in the
no.
referendum. It is in the referendum
Diverse.
mandate that Ukraine, if Crimea is self-administered during referendum period.
We will not
Only
agree to
during
this.
only
what's that
during
say?
period. It is in
What
the
does that say?
UNSC resolution.
The zero.
If we are correct.
So the 007 one, I gotta check. Hold on.
It's the
I'm
old
not-
referendum.
I'm also-
The original referendum, which called original UNSC
hard
votes
to keep
for
track of
resolution, which called
everything
for the
once all this
referendum
stuff
by
has
the United
happened, so-
States.
I want to.
References are referring to that.
The last one was
The one is number 17. That is right, or the 16 one? Oh, number
The
16.
17
Yes.
Yeah, the 17 is what is proposed recently by the United States, which would basically say that there will be no referendum in Crimea.
Oh, just give me some time.
The recent resolution proposed by the United States, a peace framework in Ukraine, would
Resolution
enforce
17,
the
right?
Kiev.
You understand?
No, that is 32.
17,
That's
yes.
32.
That's the one.
that
Okay.
would incorporate the Kiev Compact into international law and this UNSC resolution, meaning that there will be no referendum in Crimea, since the Kiev Compact says that there will be no referendum in Crimea.
Could we not add an amendment that makes it so? It would be.
Well,
Look at-
maybe just look at the draft that a large portion of the EU nations
Yes,
has
we can
published
accept.
just
We can
today.
accept that draft.
Okay.
It is an amendment, and we believe we could work together with the Americans to formalize a treaty that is to benefit all parties. We believe that that what we have pointed out is
I'm not
fair.
opposed. I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed.
In light of that, because we
But
already ran out
do
of
not-
time, I first ask everybody, every country, every UNSC country to vote on this UNSC or USA proposal. 32
The original
USA
one.
UNSC peace framework.
The
in Ukraine.
original
No,
one we will veto.
very well.
But
Russia vetoed.
we will accept the Danish proposal, but do not. I don't want to have discussions about this. This is a treaty, and if there is violation of the treaty, then all points of the treaty are removed, which
Well,
includes nuclear umbrella. If Ukraine keeps adheres to the treaty, they are under the nuclear umbrella. But if they violate the treaty, they are no longer.
Given that the time ran out, but there is clear that discussions still need to be held on this, and member states wish to hold a discussion on this, we invite the interested member states into a separate room in the UN where they can do it, but not within the UNSC circles, since we ran out of time.
Yeah, of course. I'd like
Of course.
to continue this conversation with
So we
Russia.
discuss with Ukraine Denmark and USA in a separate room.
Yes, but we will.
And basically whatever these parties wish to invite. Yes.
So,
Yes, we need translators though. We refuse to speak in Russian.
let's
Very well,
talk in Washington. That's fine.
What? They refuse to
Washington is
speak in
okay.
Russian.
There is no Washington. There's Washington waiting room, so I guess we're joined there.
There is.
Oh,
It's
there's
just
Washington.
above
It's
us.
all the way at the top.
It's above us.
Oh, it's above us now. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
It's
Excuse,
just
I'm right there.
migrating.
Right.
Can you move me, if possible? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Well, this is an automatic wing for sanctions on the USA.
We have a transparent leader, so I think we're gonna.
An automatic wing for sanctions on the USA, obviously. Of course. That's how it works.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Farewell.
Okay. That UNSC was interesting to listen to. Alright, it's gonna be pretty slow. Sorry. I had to click the hub and join somebody's channel. Alright. Let's see, what was I gonna do? Spies. This guy's doing his thing. I want to spy on India, but I feel like they would catch me. I've been spying on Iraq. Just send a guy to Germany. He looks Chinese too, so this might, if they actually catch him, he might give me some plausible deniability. Alright. Honestly, we have really shit infantry, so we're just gonna go with the infantry first. Turkey's going in. Oh god. I don't know how to feel about that. As long as it's Syria that's still Syria, then we're good. If Turkey tries to take territory from this, it's gonna be pretty bad for them, I think. Alright, it was a mistake to bring this up, so gonna waste the political power and bring it back down. Just temporarily. And let's go get some investments, because I think I can. It's my turn. 200 billion, okay. And no projects going, so who do I want money from? Not Iran. Not Ukraine. Oh, France is included in this. Maybe the UK? My city is still on fire. I'm kind of liking what's happening. It's like there are many Americas happening, if that makes sense. The America really had their fall from grace pretty early on, foreign policy-wise here. And now Turkey is like keeping control of the Middle East. We've got fucking Europe over here doing their thing with Ukraine. It's gonna be interesting. Investments from take this business very seriously. Very seriously. Let's talk to Indonesia. I haven't talked to his ass in ages. Where is our good friend? What is his name? Okay, Subar it is. Subar. How the fuck? Budhisan Tasso. Neat. Let's see. Is he talking to somebody? Well, France is here today. He just didn't make it into the game. Except he... Really though, where the fuck is Indonesia? What the man? Oh, he's talking to the Saudis. Actually, that might be a good approach to let's see what they're doing. They could be better. They definitely could be better. Once we get a certain amount of nukes, I'll stop building nukes. I want to, since we have a nicer leader, and he's a little bit of a drunkard, I think we might get rid of our first strike nuclear policy. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what India does, because if they're chill, then I will get rid of it. If they're not chill, we'll keep it. Oh, my stability is just still going down. Is it really just my GDP? No pop tax, mainly. Why does it keep going down? That's my question. Oh, popularity change, maybe? No. It is not. It could be refugees. Actually, I'm taking in refugees now, huh? Shit. I need to stop taking in refugees if that's what it is. Let's progress. 252,000 refugees. Okay, yeah, so I've taken in 139,000 people from these wars.
Hey Jay.
Yes.
Remember how we transfer ships? You just name them transfer, or?
Yeah, you name the ship. You rename the ship to transfer, or the deal to whatever, something to transfer, and then.
I think it's the.
I think it is the ship.
I just couldn't remember if it was transfer or something else. Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
Transfer. No problem.
Where the fuck?
Oh, while you are here, Mr. Ambassador, do you think perhaps we could get some investments from our Chinese friends? Sorry, I forgot what I was about to ask. For a second.
Of course.
We would love to receive any investments in or around Islamabad of any variety that you feel.
Oh, any variety. Wow.
Any variety. We're trying to develop the
so
city
generous.
as much as we can.
You said, oh, the Islamabad. Isn't that the city that got burned to the ground?
All of our cities are pretty much on fire right now.
Right,
Karachi is on fire, but actually, no, most of the cities are out. We're good.
Nice. All right. Here you go.
But Karachi is still on fire, so... Perfect. Well, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. If there's anything else you need, obviously, Beijing is open to you. Just let me note down what was sent before you yelled at.
Yes, yes, of course. Hello.
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 I'll be there in a second. I was asking him what the transfer thing was, and then he wanted investment. So
yeah. Sorry.
So I'll be back in Beijing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Of course.
What? By Pakistan?
Goodbye, South Africa. Okay, are Saudi and Indonesia still talking? Everybody and their mothers in here.
Contingent.
Thank you.
It was
It's
a
13
minorly bad decision to not establish them as an associated state for the duration of the war, though.
You mean Lebanon? Well, in
Yeah.
RP, they are literally my outlook, so... I want to discuss this with the Hezbollah player, because now he is. After that, Lebanon will obviously be a pro-us regime, obviously.
Damascus? Sorry. I wish I could fucking change the
Hello?
city names.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
So many people, yes. What is your reason?
Well, we were here to talk to the Saudis. This is indeed Riyadh, is it not?
Of course, but we are coordinating some efforts.
Well,
Please come back in a moment.
Of
It will
course.
be. But yeah, Hezbollah.
So I guess they're fighting. Hezbollah. What? Did he send air volunteers or some shit? Yeah. Yeah, he sent intervention forces this area. Makes sense. I didn't realize I forgot to mute, dude. I'm so used to just sitting here and observing and talking. But I'm surprised they took Damascus. I didn't realize that was that city. Because of this fucking city name shit. Which I've tried to change and it won't change, so I guess I'm just learning the old ass Latin names for these places. Milan. Anyway. I really don't want business with India. I want them to be a little bit more pokey. I want them to poke at me a bit, you know? Didn't really want to poke at India anymore. I did that for a bit. But I also really want to be anti-communist. Which is fucking hard. If they're not poking me. But we'll see what happens around the world. Maybe something will happen in a different communist bloc that will let me do it. Lose stability. Does this give me stability? Oh my god, China owns so much. Okay, I'm gonna just casually combat some foreign influence really quick. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Don't mind me cheating it. Red rebrands and expands. There was a faction called Red, which was made up of all the communists, or organizations, not a faction. And I guess they're rebranding to something. Maybe they just made a new flag. Cool flag. Yeah, it's a new graphic profile. Okay, makes sense. See who's posting in Asia really quick. I'm gonna write up a post about how we're opening up doors for investments a bit. Might be just simpler than talking to every person. Dude, my stability was slowly climbing up, and now it's slowly going down, and I have a feeling it's a spy. Now that I think about it, actually. Extremists are losing popularity, that's good. Oh, this always costs money. I almost forgot. 10 billion from the treasury. That's crazy. But also fair. 30? Oh my god. Script. Keep immobilizing child soldiers, please, because that would be nice. Yeah, and then I'll write something up real quick. Actually, fuck it. I'm gonna just go talk to somebody in Latin America. Maybe they'll invest in me.
Access to my American friends, but that is that's what it is at this point.
Hello, Pakistan.
Hello.
Greetings.
Greetings. We are hoping to maybe invite some of our Latin American partners or friends or compatriots to invest into Pakistan with the situation starting to stabilize and stability returning to our shores. We would love to see some businesses or whatever you might feel inclined to invest into if you wish.
Panama would be willing to. Even, I mean, after just as a show of good faith as well. We don't need anything in return as well. Just based off of our history, let's put it that way.
Yes, well, we don't blame you for tariffing goods under the Musharraf regime. He was a dictator and an oppressor, so he was well deserving of the trouble that the world gave him, to be frank.
Yes.
So all is forgiven. But thank you, Panama.
Yes, thank you.
I hope not to intrude, so I shall be leaving.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Farewell. They were just about to have a meeting, but I snagged some money from the Panamese. Panamese? That sounds so weird. Is it Panamese? Panamanian? Join the channel. Pakistan. The doors. The beaches of Pakistan are some of the best in the world. We can provide great real estate for any foreign investors interested in boosting the Karachi tourist industry. Invest in a writer feature. A free or no, more free. Unity. Okay, let's find a picture now. Dash. Did somebody coup Bangladesh? Why are they emerging? I'm a little suspicious of that. I don't know why. Also, I'm gonna start influencing Afghanistan more, because it's gonna be needed. Okay, this guy's only 90% effective. We're gonna bring you to Afghanistan. You to here. Really? How is she 90% ineffective? Or 90% effective, sorry. Yeah, this will work perfectly with what I'm about to post. Please, What? Why is Kim Jong-un crying in this? I just sent it. There's an explosion? Hang on, I'm gonna go talk to North Korea. Let me see. Where are they? Poor Kim.
Oh,
Hello.
greetings.
Greetings. Kim Jong-un, I have heard the news of the tragedy that hit.
It's sad. It's
Big
awful.
sad. It's awful.
It's horrendous.
Is it being investigated?
It's been pretty much investigated. It's those darned FCI people, those Algerians. They've claimed responsibility, and it works.
Do you have Algerians in North Korea, sir?
They
I had no idea.
From our understanding, they used a shipment from Malaysia that we were bringing in. We do not have Algerians within. It was not a domestic attack. It was a bomb on a ship full of fuel.
Well, that's a
full
terrifying
of liquid
prospect,
fuel.
because that means any nation is now at risk for a ship bomb.
It does indeed. I believe that was
what-
the message that they were sending.
And you're sure it came from Algerians? Algeria.
Well, the shipment didn't. The individual that posted the testimony video on the internet that claimed responsibility says he works for the FCI, which is the Algerian group that was defeated and, to our understanding, fled Algeria. So they're not actually within Algeria, but they are birthed from Algeria.
I see.
But the shipment was from Malaysia, and to our understanding, he was Malaysian, or at least lived in Malaysia.
Do you know his motives? You say he like you have him in custody.
No, we say he because there's a video on the internet that was posted, and he claims responsibility. It would stand to reason, being an employee of the company that was shipping the fuel, that it would add up. We have no reason really to suspect anything else. It adds up to all the facts we do have. And he stated his reason to be, as a quote, well, it seemed to be fear. He ended his message with, "No one is safe." I believe the message is very specifically a global jihad. And,
and he
no
decided
one will be
that
safe.
North Korea would be a stronger messaging than, say, a port in the United States or Russia or China?
I imagine the reasoning was we've never had a terror attack on our country, other than the United States bombing, which of course is a little different to a terror group that doesn't officially have a base to call home, as far as we're aware.
So where is this organization headquartered out of? You said that they fled Algeria, but do you know where they
We have no
established?
clue.
That's not
we
good.
we don't actually know where they're established or like what. We just know that it's the same group that was responsible for the Iceland attack, I believe. That one that poisoned many people. So
Interesting.
not a good group to have wandering about.
And the individual who's responsible, he died in the blast?
Yes,
Or
yes.
is he-
It was a big explosion. It heavily damaged our harbor. If his body wasn't destroyed completely, pretty much, it'll be somewhere under the ocean in wreckage. and irreparable and kind of useless too. So it's kind of a lost cause, though we will try. And
try to invest to rebuild that port and the roadways or any infrastructure that was affected in the region, if you'd like.
We were very efficient, actually, and managed to contain it. As in, I've got max infrastructure now, so there's not actually,
I realized that
actually
as
how
I was
I could,
clicking
yeah. I've got one state that I don't, and it's a mountainous state that I'm already like, over halfway finished building the last one. So
yeah, it won't let me invest into any of them with infrastructure, but
yeah, it's
I mean, were any buildings affected? We could rebuild some buildings that might have been affected in the blast.
There was a couple of factories that were somewhat damaged in the a factory mainly that was somewhat damaged in the vicinity of the port.
Which port?
It's a city that's suffered quite a lot. This was Chongjin in the state of Hamgyong.
That's what I thought. We'll invest to rebuild one of these factories for you.
Of course. Well, thank you. It's very kind.
Yes.
And we thank you for your aid.
Of course. We hope that you will recover quickly and that these terrorists will be brought to justice as swiftly as possible.
Of course. And we hope that this attack is not repeated in any other country, and that we can find the group responsible, find their headquarters, and make sure they do not do anything like this again.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kim, and best of luck to you.
Of course, and thank you, and best of luck in rebuilding still. I've heard you've done a great job on rebuilding the nation.
It's getting there. It's going to be a long process, and we don't expect the first stages of our rebuilding efforts to be completed until December of this year.
Of course.
So hopefully it'll...
But yes.
But thank you very much.
We wish you very good luck.
Very well.
Thank you, and yes, farewell. Safe travels.
Thank you. India joined Red? Dude. I'm gonna do something that I was thinking about doing during the week. All these Red members, this faction organization thing of communists, they started doing over the week like posts of broadcasts and everything to broadcast into other countries. I think I'm gonna ban their broadcasters. That's probably what I'm thinking. Because I don't want to be communist. Hey, because one stability is good. Let's keep on getting rid of child soldiers. Denmark, nice. All the Europeans. Oh, dude, that might be why my stability was still going down. It's because of sanctions. I didn't think that. But I'm pretty sure it's the child soldiers that get rid of those slowly. President Sajad bans Red media outlets. Okay, who's following this? Matt? Oh god, dude. Is China in red? If if China's in red, this is gonna be rough. But the president has signed a new law into effect that bans all media from the Red organization or entities affiliated with it. This comes after elements, we'll say, in Pakistan. Government voiced concerns of espionage and I'm trying to use like a very vague it's on my tongue. But we're banning red. Fuck red. Better dead than red. This point. Concerns of espionage. Used red. It's of being propaganda. President Sajad cited continued instability and social unrest as concerns. Right, and express a concern that introducing external propaganda right members could undermine sovereignty and future of Pakistan. Pakistan, we'll finish it up with this, remains committed to a peaceful cooperation of commercial relations with red members, but cannot continue to allow its media to expand as freely as before. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I'll finish it with that. And ping all of red, which is a fuck ton of numbers now, but I'm just gonna ping the important people, mainly my neighbor, America. This Castro, I'll ping Castro. China, US. Oh, India. I'm missing India. Let's see. Oh, let me make sure that nothing is dying really quick, sorry. I just need a picture that will go with this. This will work. Alright. We're banning red media outlets. I know this is not all of red, but actually, fuck it. I'm gonna look at who's all in red. I think every single person in red. Oh, that'll be nice. 2 civs, okay. Red info. I'm trying to just figure out who's all in it, and I'm seeing their chats about the flag. They had an AI generated, I think. Or they might have made it. It looks really cool though. It's Antarctica though, which is pretty. So it's North Korea, Ethiopia, Cuba, Georgia. Okay. Sheep. Ethiopia. Georgia. I feel like there are so many more members though that I'm missing. Is Vietnam? Vietnam up there. And then I'll go talk to somebody once I do this. Okay, I think I actually have everybody on here. Alright, cool, I'll send it. Ashamed her, but... Alright. Pakistan has signed that law, and now let's go talk to somebody. Oh, I still want Saudi money, man. Oh, wow. While I was typing that shit, I got a lot of money in my treasury. Dump it into paying off some debt real quick. That was nice. Okay. Let's see.
Jay.
Hello. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
About mechanics, because you're always mechanically better than me.
Okay.
We don't know what the hell's going on with Hezbollah, because both of their supply hubs are at 100% damage and they're on full supply every single fight, despite having like.
Yeah, it's because they get state bonuses, like their bonuses to entrenchment. Yeah, they're one of the only countries on the map that have insane defense buffs, and it's their state. It's not the
supply, because he.
Oh yeah,
he has no supply.
If you click on the state, let's see.
No, he's not in his state. He's in Damascus now because he pushed out.
Well,
so is it just pure defense bonus on all of his stuff?
Yeah, he'll have really good defense. Yeah, on pretty much everything.
That sucks. That doesn't even make sense. Like, how you should not be immune to supply. That's crazy.
It's not that he's immune to supply.
I mean, he is because he's got 60 troops.
Probably
on
getting
one
it from a port or something.
His port got bombed.
Oh. Yeah, he's got
everything
division
he has is
attack or core defense on territory +5.
He's not on core territory at the moment.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're not even attacking him though.
No, we stopped because we lost 3 in a row.
Oh. He's got an attaché, which gives him planning and org.
So is there just nothing that can be done then? Because
just bomb him
those
more.
buffs are crazy.
Yeah. Try to naval invade it, I guess. Do CAS and everything. Like you can't just strap bomb the supply hub anymore. I guess. There.
I mean, I told them to strap bomb.
Oh my god! Yeah, wait. It's this militant group spirit that he's got. It gives him militia defense +15%, motorized militia defense +15%, plus the one spirit that gives him 5% on core defense. And then.
Yeah, so basically we just have to naval invade him then.
Yeah, you're gonna just have to naval invade, but even then, that's core territory, so it's gonna be tough.
That's painful. Okay, thanks.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, Hezbollah is a pain in the ass to invade. I remember that from experience, dude. I played the United States one time, and it was a multiplayer just like this, and I was all big and bad, and I thought I can go and invade the Middle East, but I didn't want to do Iraq, so I chose Lebanon. I got my shit rocked in Lebanon that game. It was so tragic. And then I just made the United States become isolationist. I withdrew all of my military bases in the Middle East, and it became pretty much a Russia world, China world. Which is kind of a lot of what's happened now. China dominates a lot of the narrative in a global sense right now in the game. This just gives me free stability. Wait. Is that? I think that number's still going down, so shit. I want investments, but I think I might be full technically. Yeah. I'm up there at least, pretty close. Oh, yeah, no, great. Let's see what's happening in Ukraine. I wonder if there's talks going on. Over the week, I invited them to come to not North Korea, Pakistan to see if they wanted to talk, but they're in Washington. Ooh, spicy. Okay. Is France in the game though? I thought France lagged out. It wasn't showing a player. Yeah. How is their war going really quick before I find somebody to talk to? Not that. Oof. Oof. 5,000 Turks. It's a lot of people that just died in that. Just trying to take Damascus. Poland, no. I kind of liked my little isolationism, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of chilling. Maybe I just go tell India that he's not allowed to broadcast red media across the border. That's what
you have not having regulations.
Very well then. Well, we hope that the good relations which existed between Germany and India, the previous regime, can also continue with the current leadership.
Of course.
Oh, and we have the Pakistanis here that we wanted.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we
yes,
don't.
we do.
We're
I'm
alone
here.
in this room.
How are you?
No, we're alone in this room.
If the Pakistanis finish with the Indians, can we also talk with them, please?
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. We will be waiting in Berlin.
All right.
The insolence. God,
I know the Europeans, they're very, very slow. But, Mr. What is your name? Ardan? Is that Bardan?
You can call me AB.
AB, okay. Well, AB, we are here to tell you that we have passed a new regulation that does not allow the Red organization to broadcast across its borders. So we would stipulate that India complies with this new law and does not attempt to broadcast Red media across our borders. Okay.
We are not even in Red, so.
No, we've just gotten word from Castro that you were a member of Red.
No, we're in the process of joining, but we're not a full-fledged member.
Ah, well. In the event that you do become a member of Red, their media outlets have been banned in Pakistan. But...
Of course, what private citizens do, we cannot stop that, but the government of India will not, will honor the wishes of Pakistan.
Well, you would also understand that in order to enforce our laws, we would have to make sure that the people who are breaking our laws are also punished within India.
Within India?
If there are Red members, as you say, individuals who are broadcasting media across
so very
the border.
well. So if Pakistani members within India commit any type of things, you fully support us prosecuting them, correct?
What do you mean? Define things.
Arresting them and punishing them under Indian law rather than Pakistani law. You agree with to this, yes?
If they are inside of your sovereign territory, then yes.
Fantastic.
But if they are breaking Pakistani law by broadcasting banned media across our border, we would expect the Indian government to comply with our regulations. At least just in good faith, you know?
What private citizens do is of no concern of ours.
Well, they will be if they attempt to break the law, but we just wanted to inform you since we did see that you were on your way to becoming a Red member, but... how are things in New Delhi? I heard that you are going to have elections in 5 years.
No, we have already had 2 elections.
Oh, well, I must have missed it. What? And you won both of them?
Yes.
You won both elections in a row.
So the first was the parliamentary election, then the presidential election.
And what about so did the people get to vote on parliament?
Of
or
course.
Was it just parliament?
Huh?
Was it just parliament that got to vote, or did the people get to vote?
No, the people vote for the parliament, and then the people vote for a chairman of the Socialist Republic.
I see. Well, what are your goals as a chairman of India?
Rebuild India.
Yeah, you and me both, my friend. But perhaps you would like to assist Pakistan in rebuilding our efforts. We would love to see some assistance.
Unfortunately, we just don't have the capacity to at the moment. We're too focused internally within India.
I understand.
There's so many people that need help, and we are actively combating poverty within our own nation.
I understand. Do not worry, it is all right. Well, what are your foreign policy goals?
In which sense?
In the most broadest of senses.
Maintain peace.
Ah, very good, Mr. AB. Alright, well, we also hope to preserve peace. So, let us live in peace.
So much peace.
So much peace, Mr. AB. Now,
the Americans are going to be envy we're going to have so much peace.
The Americans are not that bad. The issue is that there is a lot of propaganda going around about the United States and their influences. But we have a skepticism that it's not always nefarious, you know?
Of course.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. AB. It was a pleasure to get acquainted with you.
Of course,
and I shall be leaving.
Hey, Jay.
Yes.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Wait.
Waiting. Okay.
Wait.
Waiting. Waiting.
Wait.
Still waiting.
Wait. There we go.
Oh God, what are you doing? Now you've got me worried, actually. What are you doing?
Check your politics.
Are you boosting the Social Democrats?
No.
Are you sure?
No, there was a focus I had to do that adds, I think, communist popularity in my neighboring countries.
Oh, yep, I'm up to 10% now. Oh my God, I'm terrified. Oh. Oh. If we have communists in Pakistan, they will not survive very long.
They will survive very long.
They will not. They will not. Alright.
They will.
They will not.
Dude, I lost all my fucking research slots.
Oh, dude, I've only had 2 this entire game.
had so many.
But it's okay.
Now I have 3.
I've been okay with it. I like having 2 research slots, honestly. It keeps up with, like, I have to choose what I want to research. And
I
I'm
wanna
mainly
research
just going
everything.
for industry shit and then buying everything else military.
Nuclear energy expansion?
What? What? What are you talking
talking
about? Yes, we are
China,
expanding.
where are you, China?
Oh. Oh shit. I know why the Germans wanted to talk to me now. Alright, well, I must go, my friend.
Alright, well, farewell.
Farewell. I must go very quick. I forgot I had a spy there and I didn't realize he got caught. That's... oh god. Alright, I have a few deniabilities though in my mind. Where is he? Where's the German? Johns. Okay, I'll be sitting in Berlin, I guess. Where is he? Is fine. It's fine. I'll just wait. Oh, he's talking to talking to Israel. Oh no. Actually, dude, I feel like Israel would be their kind of saving grace here. Be able to just surround all of Damascus at that point. But the fact that they're in Damascus is gonna be rough because they get city entrenchment too, if they sit there long enough. Urban, whatever. Okay, now we wait for Germany, I guess. Who's sanctioning me still, actually? That's worth reading. Italy. Mainly Italy, mainly Greece. And a little bit of Finland, but I want to go talk to Italy then in the meantime. Where's he at? Oh.
We're in kind of an issue in the African Union of EPO not being here. His nation's a regional power. They're he's researching doing a load of the African Union focuses.
Oh yeah, okay, that was the GC channel. Envo's GC this time, so... I thought they were talking in RP. Alright. I know damn well that this is about my spy that he caught. What the? I didn't know that cat popped up. Let's start infiltrating shit in Afghanistan while we wait. We're only going to use one. It's going to take longer, but that's fine. Let's this guy build up the next still. Well, Texas here now, so the US main is arrived. It's good. Okay, so not Italy. Let's see. Russia still has their military sanctions on me. I'll go talk to them. Yeah.
Mr. Pakistan, could you please wait in the waiting room for one moment?
Yes.
I want to discuss some. I'll get you back soon, okay?
Okay. I wanted to just make sure. Okay. All I want is for them to lift their military sanctions. And that's it for Russia. Finland. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Ah, Mr.
Perhaps not the
Castro.
visit you longed for, but I'm
You
here
also waiting
to
for the
because we,
Ruskies?
yeah, I need to get them on board to sanction and condemn Venezuela.
Oh, what is Venezuela doing, my friend?
Out of RP, Venezuela has been like constantly threatening Colombia, and they
What
more or
about
less
NRP,
stated
my
that
What is it on?
Venezuela is in a meeting that we held with them, and you have to take me on our word here, okay? They said that they cannot recognize the border between Venezuela and Colombia as it is
Hasn't that border existed for nearly a century?
forever.
Yes, if not longer.
Forever.
Yes.
But
Well, that's not
Venezuela,
good.
the new revolutionary government has new ambitions that we see as unreasonable and very saddening and destructive of South-South solidarity in all of Latin America.
I agree. It would
And we,
destroy all of the peace that you have had for many centuries, actually, a long time.
Even I don't know what is older, the border between Colombia and Venezuela and the peace in South America, but both of them are very long lasting, and we intend to keep them.
You have my full support in Pakistan, my friend. We also recognize the border between Venezuela and Colombia.
Very well.
We have not.
On the other hand, what is very worrying to Colombia is the American interest in the situation, the United States of American interest. We believe that this is a matter for Latin America. But we also do understand that until the UN session here, Colombia and Panama needs to feel safe, and we believe that Venezuela would be we have analyzed and we believe that there's a very large risk that in the approximate 30 minutes until the UN session, there is a risk that Venezuela will attack.
During the UN?
Before the UN.
Oh,
For in the UN, it's only that they could get condemned. During the UN would be a crazy
would
power move.
Also be crazy, yeah, it would.
It's like when we were discussing sanctions on Algeria, and they what did they do? They like decapitated their political enemies.
Oh yeah,
whilst
they
we were
became
doing
the caliphate while we were
yeah,
talking about it.
yeah, exactly. It's like
that.
yeah.
But have you talked to Europe? Is Europe at all interested in this?
Europe is a very interesting actor in this, because once we believe that, I mean, they hold 2 seats on the Security Council. They have veto rights, and it's we don't think that they've shown any interest for this at all. The only interest that's been shown is complete condemnation of Venezuela. So. Poland, for example, pulled out all of its assets from Venezuela.
As they probably should have, to be honest.
Very well. We come from the same school of thought as the Venezuelan Revolution, but what they've done is the same things that FARC are doing. Taking
This is the problem with communism, is it not?
Yeah.
They are always going to be more radicals than its mists.
But I would say that they're slandering the workers' movement of Latin America with hostage takings and kidnappings and murders that are of complete radical and extreme character and not necessary in a revolutionary perspective.
It's almost hard to believe because Miguel Ramos is so handsome. He's such a handsome man. It's hard to believe he
And
would be
such a great actor.
murdering,
Such a great actor as well.
Yes, I've seen his shows one time. I think.
I don't think he exists in real life.
It's okay. He exists here. I don't think he exists either, but that's fine. I'm still getting refugees from Syria. Jesus.
Oh god, yeah. And I think there's like Indian refugees too, or are there? Because they're fleeing because of like low stability.
Hezbollah.
Can they do that? Hezbollah as well, yeah.
Yeah, they're war.
That's another war.
Hello.
Italia.
Italy.
Greetings.
I wanted to talk to you, Mr.
Oh yeah. Oh, do I still have sanctions on you?
Yes, Stefano. You still.
Sorry, I don't have the political power, my friend. I genuinely don't have the PP. Italy's changing governments every month. I'm not joking.
I see. So you are
wish I
probably
was.
going to be replaced by the end of this conversation.
Yes. No, seriously, yes.
All right. Well, I hope for you the best. It is okay. Your sanctions are barely even doing anything. I didn't even notice them until I looked.
I hope so, honestly. Gee.
Yes, it's fine. It is okay.
Well, what would you like to speak about, my friend?
The sanctions is what we wanted to talk about, but that is okay. We can wait until you master the political power to be able to break the deadlock, my friend.
I don't know, my friend. This is very interesting times we live in.
It is indeed.
Reports of nothing ever happens ending.
Yes, it seems like nothing.
Corby.
The Labour Party, oh my god.
Holy, who is that? Jeremy Corbyn?
He's
It's a unionist. He's a communist.
He's not perfect, but he is.
Have to nothing. Nothing.
Yes, his heart in the right
Death to
place. And we
communists.
appreciate him for that.
No comunismo from Pakistan.
Okay.
Is communism bad, my friends?
Yes, communism is bad. Have you not seen what happened in the Soviet Union or the?
Have you
any
not
other
seen what happened
communist
in your
dictator?
government 3 weeks ago?
In Pakistan?
No, in Italy they had communists in power for like.
they did.
Yeah, and my economy declined by 33%.
Partito Comunista.
No, poor guy.
Good.
The thing
communists
is,
are a terrorist organization. They're not.
Communists are
Yeah.
terrorists, yeah. With some exceptions, of course. With some exceptions.
Yeah, FARC, for example, they're not terrorists; they're heroes. But every other communist is terrorist.
We recommend to ban all red media outlets like Pakistan has done. It is very beneficial.
Pakistan is beautiful, my friend. I love you so much. You're doing an amazing job of managing Pakistan.
Thank you, my friend. We have brought
You
a
hit
lot
me
of
with the
stability
Pakistan.
in Pakistan. We are getting rid of the child soldiers. Are you proud? We only have.
Yes, we hate
only
child
have
soldiers. Get rid of them, yes.
251 left. That is it. Only 251 child soldiers running around the country with their rifles and AKs. It is a great
So
improvement.
Pakistan was here first.
Hello.
So you can come to Moscow.
All right. Hello.
Make an important statement.
We are here in Moscow to beg for the graciousness of Russia to lift your military sanctions upon my government.
Of course. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you very much. This is really all that we wanted. But if there is
We are a
anything-
great nation. Remember this.
We imposed them due to your previous government's attack on India, which we forgot to take away. You see, bureaucrats, right? We forgot.
Yes,
Anyways,
yes. Well,
enjoy.
I will say
Enjoy.
that you might want to still be cautious of India. They are not. They are communists. I don't know how well Russia looks at communism, but it did not do well in the Soviet Union.
We'll see. We'll see.
But thank you very
That's true. Thank you. Of course.
Goodbye. I'm trying to just subtly plant seeds of communism bad. Communism bad. And if Venezuela does anything kooky, then definitely communism bad. I want to talk to the UK, but they're just... I don't know if they're... We talked to... Okay, counterinsurgency. That's 10 billion. Fuck it. We're making money. We can spend money. Nuclear reactor, nice. Don't really care about the Navy at all, honestly. I'm really tempted to just take the West, honestly, but I don't want to, because then it locks me into that shit pretty hard. Oh shit! People importing things from Pakistan? Is that a thing? China! Wow, China's buying my things! We're gonna stop that one because I don't need it anymore. So... Oh, Germany! I almost forgot. Where's Moscow? Fucking Berlin. Where is he?
Behavior and their conduct when it comes to Europe and
We are in the hallway, I'm waiting. Alright, actually, I'll wait in Berlin. But I joined so he knows that I'm waiting. 200 IQ. 2 IQ move right there. Oh, wait. Ireland's not here today. I would totally go get some investments from them, but in 26 days I'll have almost lots of in the game. Okay, yeah, it is still dropping down the number, it's just slower. Which I kind of prefer because it gives me 1 stability every time. And I don't have any other way to get stability at the moment. Not yet. Okay, the UN is about to start though in 20 minutes. I'm gonna look at some of the resolutions. What are we working with? Holy shit. There's so many. Oh my lord. Hello?
sorry, Miss, for Pakistani representative, we're just finishing up 2 deals with Denmark, and after that we can speak.
Oh, this is fine. Yes. I really have nobody else to go talk to, so I'm gonna just wait until they're done. Is Philippines a player? No, he's not here today. Japan. Holy money, Japan is making bank. Oh my god, China is losing money. Hemorrhaging it terribly too. From what? Education is pretty high. Interest around debt is pretty high, and their defense. Yeah. All their social programs are pretty expensive. Sheesh. Ukraine holds a military parade. Of course they do. Walk On is now Britain's largest political movement, and that's a problem from the Economist. Interesting. Britain's going left. Dude, there's so many commies. Is Pakistan really going to be the one anti-communist country? I swear. It's going down. It's a good thing. It's a good sign. And we're going to continue combating foreign influence. Especially with the banning of certain medias. Red. Crime rates go up in Sweden. Peace in our time from Russia. Russia, Ukraine, the US, and European coalition of the willing agree on an amended Kiev Compact agreement. Okay. Oh, UN, I guess. Perfect. Oh, let's go listen to that.
That is, we believe, both a fair and sensible deal. We would be very happy to shake hands on this.
Very well.
Very well then.
When we can, we will do it.
Okay, I think now is the rehost, right? Is there going to be UNGA?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to edit a template 10 minutes before the UN. So if I crash, and I only have 10 minutes. For fuck's sake.
It's too bad.
Oof.
That's unfortunate.
Very well, let's move to the stage.
Mrs.
Very
Merkel,
well. Take care, guys.
Why did you need me?
After that, we can talk. I swear.
Okay.
I just want to give you money and investments.
Is that really?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. I actually thought he caught my spy, and that's why he wanted to talk to me, but that could also be why. He might just be lying.
Hola.
Dear delegate.
¿Cómo está?
The most useless organization in the
Хорошо.
world. Let's do it.
Muy bien.
Red is probably more productive.
Very well,
than the
gentlemen,
UN.
let's wait until everybody is here.
I'm getting pinged in Africa. What happened? Moroccan election.
After that, we can begin with the annual General Assembly meeting.
The Moroccan military? What? Wait. Did the military take power in Morocco? Through election? Scratching my head.
In the meanwhile, can I ask the members of the org team to please
I'll read that later.
grab everybody to the stage so we can begin the General Assembly meeting as soon as possible?
Oh, yeah, here. I'm gonna do that for you, dude. We have the UN, sir, if you want to come. UN. The UN is starting in the VC above us in the stage if you want to join Canada. UN, Jack. Slash rehost. Oh, he's not here. UN, in case you guys missed it, is starting.
Yep.
We understand this, but
the UN is
we
starting.
were moving our troops away.
I do not. The South African stance is for you not to remove all of the troops, but to ensure that the troops that you had.
Okay, they got something way more important, it seems like, going on there, so. That's fine. So, not up yet. Okay.
Very well, gentlemen. Let's begin. Welcome, everybody, for the annual General Assembly meeting. We are going to begin a discussion with the first resolution proposed by the United States. Why the United States is not here for a reason. All right. Then we are going to skip that and move to the Brazilian resolution proposed by Brazil. No. So you want to see? Excuse me. Withdrawn. Jesus Christ. All right. Easiest task. Let's talk, and let's start with the Venezuela, with the Argentinian resolution. We invite the Argentinians to. Oh my God, that's also. Jesus, sorry, my.
Everything got withdrawn, I guess.
Off the record right now. This resolution by Argentina. We invite the Argentinians to come to the stage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Compañeros y compañeras. Recently, attempts by the Republic of Cuba to negotiate a peaceful solution to the crisis brewing between Colombia and Venezuela yielded positive results, an agreement that would agree towards the de-escalation of the border and the implementation of future talks. We were promptly informed by the new Venezuelan government that the representatives do not, in fact, represent Venezuela and that they do not, in fact, speak of this. And the new Venezuelan government informed us that they refused to engage in any further diplomatic talks with UNISOR or Colombia and insinuated that we were puppets of the United States. This, mind you, being that these talks were sponsored by Raul Castro of Cuba. This resolution calls for military and diplomatic sanctions on Venezuela and the establishment of a peacekeeping force on the Colombian side of the border. The Venezuelans are open to it on their side of the border as well, if they're comfortable with it, to ensure that peace maintains its hold on the region. This is not to punish Venezuela. We do not want financial or economic sanctions. We merely want the Venezuelans to commit themselves to a peaceful solution to this crisis and to remain in dialogue. I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're opening the floor for a general debate, and first we recognize the speaker from Venezuela. You have 1 minute.
Greetings, dear delegates. Representative of Argentina discussed that failure of negotiations over the crisis between Colombia and Venezuela, while completely failing to explain to anyone what crisis is. Specifically, from the beginning of the century, there was significant pressure put on Venezuelan security by Colombia. At start, they became major non-NATO ally of the United States. We saw massive buildup of military of Colombia, sponsored by United States. Recently, they began deporting Venezuelan citizens without due process at all and put 50,000 troops to our border. All of our actions of Venezuela, like putting also 50,000 troops to the Colombian border, was only in response. And right now we seeing that United States Navy coming to Caribbean Sea, and once again, as a response, we declare general mobilization. Venezuela fall back from negotiations for which preconditions was pretty much unacceptable. We are ready to negotiate with various international observers, but without preconditions. We're ready to negotiate, but no preconditions.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize the speaker from Cuba. You have 1 minute, sir.
Cuba has always been committed to peace and prosperity in Latin America, and we hosted fruitful discussions with Colombia and Venezuela. Although, when Venezuela could not agree with, and here I cite, the border between Venezuela and Colombia is to remain fully intact, and I cite, FARC and FARC-V are to be urged to lay down its weapons, recognizing the terrors it has committed, end of citation. When Venezuela could not agree with this, it is clear that they are only interested in war with Colombia and only interested in committing terrors or at least supporting terrors in Colombia by indirectly supporting the horrors that FARC has committed. Therefore, we will vote green to this resolution.
Thank you very much. Please give a chair a second until we can use the UN's computers and tab out from a new game which is recently released called Hearts of Iron 4. Now we recognize a speaker from the Kingdom of Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has come to grave concern of our nation that the nation of Venezuela has this giant buildup on the border of Colombia and has refused to have any talks and even declined that their own diplomats speak spoken for the government. How many conflicts must the world see and nations decline talks before they commit mass atrocities or conflict along the border? This is purely a provocation, just like what we saw in Algeria before we liberated them from terrorists. And we, at this point, are very skeptical of what is going on and would encourage all nations in that area to actually commit to de-escalation talks. This amendment, we see no reason to not pass because it is purely goodwill and good faith by the Argentine people to ensure that their continent is safe and secure from a nation that appears to be very much warmongering and anti-peace. Thank you very much. Yield our time.
Just in time. Now we recognize a speaker from Colombia. Colombia.
Hello, thank you. These allegations from Venezuela are nothing short of ridiculous. We deployed troops to our border, not inside Venezuela like they make it sound. This was due to the insane instability, the extrajudicial killings, and it's our right as a sovereign nation to do such a thing. And in terms of military buildup, we have only matched what Venezuela has done. We've seen this threat coming for over a decade at this point. And furthermore, Venezuela is harboring international recognized terrorists in both their government and armed forces. So we call on the international community to recognize this and to realize this is an attempt at an illegal war, nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize the speaker from the United States of America. You have 1 minute.
That sounded so reasonable to me.
Thank you very much.
I would totally.
What Venezuela has been doing here is a lot of work that they've been putting in throughout these years to get to this stage. And the fact that they are willing to support terrorists like FARC is inexcusable. I have done multiple meetings and conducted multiple meetings with Mercosur to address that issue, and I'm thankful that the UN here recognizes the obscene actions that Venezuela has been taking. I will try my best to work with the international community to reach peace in this very peaceful continent of South America. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize the speaker from Panama.
Thank you. The only reason why Panama won is voting green on this. Well, first, we've had very mutual relations with both parties until now. And the only reason why I urge everyone to vote green is just think about what a war could do to international trade via the Panama Canal.
Oof.
And what is going to stop Venezuela from coming to Panama after taking out Colombia, possibly? Who knows? We never know. So why don't we just stop the threat now before it gets too much?
Oh, we should invade Venezuela then, is what they're saying. I don't know if I
Thank you very much. Now we recognize the speaker from the Republic of Indonesia.
That just sounds like he was calling for an invasion of Venezuela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it has been seen, the Venezuelan government, with its recent turn, I think it is a bit of a shame that the last leader was so workable. This new government is not workable. Indonesia will announce that it will support Colombia if it is ever attacked. We hope that, like in Russia and America and Ukraine, peace can be kept. We can make peace, not war. That is all.
Thank you very much. And before giving the floor to Argentina for a closing statement, we are giving the floor for 1 minute for Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We wish to address the Venezuelans'
I would totally side with Colombia.
aggression towards
I
the
voted
Colombians.
in favor of it. I just
we feel that it is
don't really know what to
against
say.
this
I don't know
body,
all the details
and
of all this
furthermore,
shit.
our African Union brethren who have the situation. Can this not be done the same way for the Colombians and the Venezuelans? We see the light of peace as the way to go. Let's not escalate things any further. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. And now we give the floor for 30 seconds to the Argentinians for a closing statement.
South America
Thank you,
has
Mr.
been the
Chairman.
most peaceful
I would
continent
like all of
in
this body
modern
to be aware
history.
that when we negotiated, complete demilitarization of the border was on the
This
table.
would change
A
that.
deal to ensure that the United States did not violate the sovereignty of Colombia and Venezuela was on the table. A way to address all of Venezuela's concerns was on the table. Nations like Argentina that were not directly involved were willing to make sacrifices of our own accord to bring the Venezuelans into agreement. Venezuela refused. At every step of the way, we painfully and peacefully tried to work with Venezuela. We don't want to punish Venezuela.
very much.
We want Venezuela to come back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving to the voting phase. Everybody have 15 seconds to cast their vote on this Argentinian resolution.
It's probably gonna pass. It's gotta pass. Where'd it? Where's it at? Oh, here we go.
The resolution passes, 28 in favor, 6
I also agree with
abstention.
putting military sanctions on Venezuela.
Now we
dude.
move
They already
to
have all
the
the
next
equipment. It's probably-
resolution, which is a resolution proposed by the United States. UNGA reimposing sanctions on the DPRK. We invite the American delegation to come to the stage and explain their resolution.
Is it really this? No.
United States.
Is this so? Reimpose.
The floor is yours.
Hezbollah, the DPRK, and Iran. What do they have to do together?
And
I don't
Iran?
know, which is why we're withdrawing this resolution because a deal was made. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you very much. Then the resolution is withdrawn. Then we are moving to the next resolution, which is
I didn't even really read it. So that works.
there is none anymore. All the other resolutions are by the UNSC or for the UNSC. In that case, given that we still have almost 5 minutes left of our time,
Can I just
the floor and the chair gives the floor for a general debate. Every member state can raise any concern and talk in 1 minute, starting from now. If
okay.
anybody wish to talk about
see.
any issue or any topic, just raise their hand. Yes, thank you. First, we recognize the speaker from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Hello. There we go. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would like to bring up the ongoing genocide that is currently active by the State of Israel inside of Gaza and the West
God.
Bank. Number one, the State of Israel has currently outlined a
jumping
expansion
the gun
plan
on that
for
way too
settlements
hard, man. They
within
haven't
the West
actually
Bank.
invaded it.
And after their, again, illegal actions in Gaza with what they call the 8-day...
They did invade Gaza, actually.
Oh, wait, there was apparently one more. Chair?
Please finish. Please finish. After that, we are going to go with the resolution. You have half a minute.
With the current Israeli actions in Gaza, they have once again violated the UN General Resolution to cease all actions in the region, and they have again violated the Oslo Accords with seemingly no reason this time for even beginning to do so. the Israelis have once again acted completely and utterly outside of the pale and should be sanctioned by the general nations
Thank you very much.
of the General Assembly. And I see
Thank
my
you
time.
very much. I would also like to ask if there's anybody who is not in the game, please raise your hand.
I don't want to touch that right now, dog.
You have 10
I'm
seconds
trying
to raise your
repair
hand.
my
In the
country.
meanwhile,
I don't want
we are going to go with
touch on this.
the
I'm still
Algerian
boycotting Israel,
resolution.
I just don't talk to them. That's my
We
solution. Is I
invite the
just don't talk.
Algerian delegation to come to the stage and explain their resolution, please, in 1.5 minutes.
Okay, let's see. Recognizing socialist.
Algeria?
Oh, fuck no.
There you go.
I'm voting
Fellow
against
delegates, the Indian Civil War is over. A stable and democratic government has been established in on the Indian subcontinent. At this point, there is no previous proposals to exclude the Indian government from the community of nations have been shown to be completely baseless. This resolution calls, simply put, for the Indian Socialist Republic to be recognized as the lawful successor of the Republic of India, to be granted its position, to be fully restored as a voting member of the United Nations. It calls upon all members of the United Nations to restore their diplomatic ties to India, and calls upon the new government of India to acknowledge and abide by all diplomatic agreements made by its predecessor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we open the floor for a general debate on this matter, and first we recognize the speaker from North Korea. You have 1 minute, sir.
One of the last few speakers.
Greetings. I 100% agree with this resolution. I think it's important that we reintegrate India into the international diplomatic field. We just want to say that we don't believe the US amendment is suitable here. One, it's far too vague. I mean, it talks about democratic and constitutional governance, which is a good thing, but it's so vague, and especially with the US history of using democracy as a means to intervene in other nations, we find it rather unsuitable to put on as a stringent amendment to the recognition of a nation. If the US wants to bring that in, it should be bringing it in as a separate provision, as a proposal, rather than if they have any concerns with Indian democracy, rather than as an amendment to the recognition of them. We just believe this is a rather unsuitable position for it to be put in, and we would ask the General Assembly to vote against it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now we recognize the speaker from the People's Republic of China.
Okay, I'm next. Hell yeah.
China is going to read its statement that it's already written on the matter, just for the sake of the General Assembly. China has formally recognized the government of the Socialist Republic of India as the legal representative of the Indian people. Seeing as the original Indian government collapsed and dissolved, the Indian seat was placed into contest as the nation descended into violence over the future of India. Due to this, China viewed it as unnecessary to orchestrate a UN recognition of the Socialist Republic, as the seat is no longer in contest. However, we do welcome the Algerian resolution as a symbolic gesture of affirmation by the international community to continue diplomatic relations with the state of India. Furthermore, we do second the North Korean position on the American amendment, seeing as the nation of India is not in need of recognition. The seat is no longer in contest. Putting further amendments on this just muddy the waters to a matter that does not need to be brought up. We cede our time.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize the speaker from Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We encourage delegations to consider not voting in favor of this resolution, simply because this would be an endorsement of radical change of governments. We saw firsthand in India these people take up arms against a rightfully elected government, overthrow it, and then establish a new government. And that sets a very dangerous precedent for not only other maybe socialist movements, but other Islamic revolutionaries and revolutionaries of all kinds. So we would caution very seriously against voting in favor of this. Thank you. Oh, I hit disconnect.
From Belarus.
Alrighty. I said my piece. I don't know if I'm going to sway any votes.
Thank you, dear Assembly. We we are in favor of this proposal to counter Pakistan's argument. A lot of nations started with civil war or civil unrest.
True. I also had it.
And that should not be. If the people speak, they should be listened to. And we are against the U.S. amendment simply because this resolution is on how we as the international community should view India, and this amendment is on internal policy of India, which should be in a separate resolution. I yield to the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize the speaker from Vietnam. And lastly, we will recognize the speaker from Denmark in this debate. Thank you.
Thank
The
you,
floor
Chairman.
is yours.
Mainly, we would like to say that we approve of this Algerian resolution and stand with China as well as and their opinion on the matter as well. Mainly, our biggest gripe is with this U.S. Amendment that they're pushing forward. I believe the U.S. now realizes that they no longer have a seat on the table in the Eastern sphere and is just trying to impose its will in some type of manner behind democracy and placing into India, which is honestly the worst thing that we could possibly do for this new government that is being established. They have fairly gone to great lengths to form this new government, and for us to intercede with some United States hogwash would be not necessary. Use my time.
Thank you very much. We are giving the floor for Denmark for 1 minute, and since the United States was also mentioned directly, we will also recognize them after that. The floor is yours.
Denmark would only like to address two things. While we believe that the Indian Socialist Republic is to be considered the natural successor of what was India before and is supposed to be seen by all nations as the de facto Indian government, we believe that in a separate UNGA proposal it should be addressed that during the civil war, core Bangladeshi territory has been annexed by this government or by their forces, and we believe that that territory should be returned as Bangladesh is now a stable nation again. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. And lastly, in this debate, we recognize the Speaker of the United States. You have 1 minute.
India and democracy. What do they have to go together? Well, we had a democracy before, and then we had an armed rebellion that was authoritarian, and now they're trying to implement democracy now. That's good. That's what we want to see. But
crash my game.
As we are here today to deliberate whether or not we want to recognize this nation, we should deliberate on if we want to recognize a democratic nation or an authoritarian one. The United Nations, I believe, overwhelmingly supports democracy. And that's what we need to do today. We need to vote for this amendment, incorporate it, show that we mean business when we're talking about democracy, and that we want to stabilize India and bring back the constitutional order. What a beautiful thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move to the voting
does Obama
phase.
sound like
Everybody
Dick
have
Cheney in
15
disguise?
seconds to vote on the resolution.
I'm still saying no, dude. I'm still voting against it.
And the amendment, of course,
Only
as well.
the Ivory Coast and myself are voting
I'm going to
against.
ping everybody on the amendment. So first, please vote on the pinged amendment and the Icelandic amendment below it. And after that, on the resolution itself, you have 10 more seconds.
I'm abstaining from that one. It's to require them to have a constitution or whatever. Iceland, any embassy on foreign soil held by
With that,
former
both amendment passes. Now I'm going to give you
Ownership
another
transfer.
15 seconds if you wish to change your vote in light of the amendments or not.
I'm voting against that. I don't want my embassy to be owned by the communists. It's still gonna pass.
With that, the resolution passed. 37 in favor, 5 abstention, and 2 against. With that, we have finished in our United Nations General Assembly, and we begin our annual United Nations Security Council. We invite all the temporary and permanent members to come to the stage, please. To discuss, you will have 15 minutes. Please be aware that there are a lot of resolutions on the table. We need
Sorry for the
Colombia.
late notice, but I put in the UNSC resolution we discussed the revised Kiev Compact, which has been added very late, but it is so important we believe it should be added to this UNSC.
Yeah,
if the chair would
we
allow.
should make this an urgent matter.
What is?
Well, if there is no objection, then the chair believes that discussion should be started with that while we await the British and the Colombians as well to join us. But yes, let's then discuss first the Russian recently proposed one.
Russia?
Yes, apologies for the roleplay. Apology for the text. I had to put it in real quickly. But what is the solution to the crisis in Ukraine? I will try to summarize. Please correct me if I have anything wrong, Denmark or Danish delegate or US delegate. But the United States proposal called the Kiev Compact will be used with a few amendments, because in the United States proposal there was put that only Russia could be sanctioned in case the treaty was breached, but now every party involved will be void of the treaty if the treaty is breached. And such a treaty breach, we came to the compromise that the treaty breach would be discussed in the UNSC, but without veto rights. So the UNSC decides whether the treaty is broken, yes or no. But there can be no vetoes in this discussion whether the treaty is broken, yes or no. Ukraine will be part of the US umbrella, which is in the Kiev Compact, but with no nukes will be stationed inside of Ukraine. And there will be a tripwire force of 35,000 troops in Ukraine, which was not part of any voiding of the treaty. This is the only exception. And the Crimean referendum will be held within 1 year after this resolution is this treaty is ratified. The part of the Kiev Compact also means the regaining of control of Donbass by Ukraine, Russia removing its guarantee of the ceasefire line, Ukraine giving the people of Donbass and Crimea a free and fair judicial trial, and which is to be monitored by international organizations when this happened free and fairly. This is a short summary. Of course, there are more details, but this is the most important.
I guess in peace, nobody
we believe. Please add if I forgot anything.
No, I don't believe so. I think this is it.
I would urge all members of UNSC to please agree with this, because this took a lot of time in fabricating and this prevented a nuclear catastrophe. But of course, we are willing to answer any questions.
We would just like to ask if the it is included that no nation shall veto. Yeah. In the UNSC.
Yeah, we think that this is an incredible piece of diplomatic work by all involved.
Thank you.
In the meantime, we asked the French delegation to turn off their fans.
I turned it off. Shut up.
Okay, I was like, what the shit?
We were under heavy attack. We're speaking from this. I'm speaking from the front lines of Hezbollah right now. Okay, we're doing God's work here, gentlemen. God's work.
All right. In that case, I hope there's no one opposed to this. That's really hard.
That seems we're all in agreement.
No, but the United Kingdom does not accept a resolution that forbids use of veto in UNSC. It's not a veto of the UNSC. If I'm being specific, the UNSC members will decide whether the treaty is voided, yes or no. So it's not a UNSC meeting.
Yes. I think that's just a misunderstanding from how the UK is reading this. France did not interpret this as anything against the UNSC.
UK can understand this difference.
Is the UK
include?
they're not
Will
they're
this
not
include?
in the.
Will this include non-permanent UNSC members as well?
Oh, UK's requesting to come up, by the way, so that's.
Yeah.
Can we bring the
yeah,
UK?
I think that includes.
took back
is
the
that right, Russia?
Nazis. Look at them.
Does include the non-permanent too. The NSC as a whole, I think.
There you go.
If the anyway, I'm sorry, I need to get my notes from the new government. They've been a little not very detailed with their instructions. If there is, if a veto is mentioned in the resolution specifically so as to deny the right of veto, there is an implication there for the UNSC procedure that would create a precedent where the tools we are given as permanent UNSC members no longer apply.
I understand the UK concern. Maybe it should have been rephrased. As I said, this was drafted very quickly. It would not be like a regular UNSC meeting. It would be a convening of UNSC members. Not.
This is a bit of a potato situation.
Yes, I understand.
If it helps the United Kingdom, this exact same protocol has been agreed to multiple times. I believe the Lebanon protocols had a similar.
Doesn't help us.
Had a similar clause.
We are fine to let this resolution pass so long as this provision is removed.
Yes, but
the entire framework falls apart if this provision is removed.
Yes,
that is very unfortunate.
Good on top of this.
It's not unfortunate for the United Kingdom, apparently, if nuclear war happens in Eastern
That
Europe.
would be very unfortunate.
Well, then this is what prevents it.
And why are you preventing
it?
this?
There's no need to change the
As China
rules.
was a party to the negotiations, China can speak on behalf of them that this does not limit UNSC potential or does not change the framework. It does not set a precedent. This is an agreement that the UNSC is making. That should the treaty be contested by any party that's part of the treaty, should they say, hey, that party or that part is in violation of the treaty, the UNSC will be the deciding body that determines whether or not there is any violation of the treaty, and we are willfully foregoing our right to veto for the specific matter. Just for that matter alone.
You are willfully foregoing it. We are not willfully foregoing ours.
And repeat for the United Kingdom that this has been done by the United Nations Security Council
this
many
is of
times.
no interest to the United
many
Kingdom.
times. Well, then the United Kingdom's fruits hold no water whatsoever. The United Kingdom's claiming this is a rule change
United
when it's been
Kingdom's
done
fruits
before
hold water as
they don't, because they don't make any sense. You're claiming this is a matter of precedent.
To use a veto on this resolution and prevent a future resolution.
Could we
prevent world
please,
peace?
If the United Kingdom is afraid that this sets a precedent for UNSC resolutions veto powers, the convening of the UNSC will not decide on a resolution. It will decide on whether the treaty has been broken or not. And so there is no resolution to be held, then there is no veto power in place anyways. No.
If this convening of this special session results in a situation where a statement by the UNSC is given and there is a vote held, which the resolution here implies, then the use of veto should be allowed.
China is formally presenting an amendment to this that we set up an international body that is comprised of all permanent UNSC members minus the United Kingdom. That is independent from the UNSC, and China is now using the UNSC floor to present this to all UNSC members in attendance.
This is agreeable to the United Kingdom so long as there is an understanding that this body does not command the legitimacy of the United Nations Security Council and is in fact an ad hoc agreement between nation states. If that is the case, then we will let this pass.
We would like to interject too.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
I've just received word from the president that the United States Senate has passed the American Foreign Sovereignty Act, and as of now, they are rejecting to sign any treaties into law. As you know, the United States Constitution allows the president to enter treaties, but Congress can override that. And right now, they are vetoing our ability to do so. we'll have to postpone these negotiations, unfortunately.
Okay, moving on. Next UNSC topic.
Okay, then.
US
This is
Does this
we
not?
wanted
Does
to be-
this not just? Can the
Can-
US
can-
not just be ignored if Ukraine still signs?
There's United States obligations here that are unfortunately
We
tied
need-
to the
we need
Ukrainian
to-
position.
Yes,
If
and we
Ukraine
need to,
signs, then
we need
that's
to
fine.
have.
Well, we need to have Ukraine up here, then.
And we need to have this in UNSC. The
Dude, it's
treaty
like
should be
Texas,
enacted
the
in
deep
UNSC.
state, and then
So if
fucking
US will veto it, then
Big Twins is
the treaty
actually
is
the president.
certainly not signed or ratified.
But Tex pulls.
Very well,
This
let's
is
move
the
on
conclusion.
then.
Then
I
we
kinda like
hope
it.
that Ukraine
Kinda
will
like the
respect the
dynamic.
current status quo.
Pretty good.
We are very
Well,
disappointed and a bit surprised.
7
but,
minutes. There is 7 minutes remaining.
Yes,
It's
yes,
clear
of
that the United States
Wait,
right
they
now
wanted
is not
to
in
stay.
position to discuss it further. Although we don't know how, then the United States can discuss any other proposal further. But let's move on to the next resolution proposed by North Korea.
If the United States is incapable of handling details, they shouldn't be here.
Imposing sanctions on Israel. Now, as far as we see, there is a Russian objection and the American objection to this resolution. Does this mean that the resolution is vetoed by Russia and the United States?
I already have.
I need to look again. Maybe I put these.
It was done by Mr. Lavrov.
Oh,
still,
Mr. Lavrov should not vote in this. No, you would. We would abstain.
We would find it important to discuss this. The
Yes.
Israelis are in breach of multiple UNSC and UNGA resolutions. They have broken the law constantly.
Please,
Like North Korea has?
Is the United
like South
States
Korea has.
is the United States maintained its veto on this resolution?
We still think it should be discussed, at least minorly. Like ignoring
have
this
no US
genocide
way.
that's going on.
We asked for the United States to explain its veto.
I'm sorry, yeah, we will veto. This will
Please
remain
explain the
veto.
veto.
We can discuss if you want, but we will veto it. It is just baseless. Again, baseless accusations. Not only that, a North Korean, the North Korean government has also done the exact same things in their history, and yet we are here supposed to listen to these baseless accusations of Israeli doing that. And not only that, there are extremists.
Tell me when the DPRK ethnically
I'm
cleansed and
explaining myself.
colonized any
I'm explaining.
nation.
I'm explaining.
Explain DPRK has targeted some people.
There are also extremists in Palestine that Israel are doing their defensive measures in order to clean that up.
That was
That's
never
what we will veto it. And it will.
as international terrorists. The UN has only recognized that Israel has committed genocide. The UN has demanded that Israel let us view the UNSC. This is including the USA have demanded that Israel let the international bodies view their nuclear weapons back in about the 80s, I believe it was. And the Israelis have not done that. In fact, to this day, they pretend they don't have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear weapons.
Do you have any proof that they do hold
Do you want to name? Yes, we do have proof. Israeli ministers admitting it. The UN admitting it. UNSC.
When did Israeli ministers admit that?
UNSC resolution demanding Israel allow international
North
bodies
Korea.
view this, and the Israelis going, no, we don't think we will. That's a break of international law. The US bombed us over much less, and yet they won't even allow a discussion on
there is the moral difference between a totalitarian
an illegal occupation, which the UNGA has recognized on multiple occasions, an ethnic cleansing, occupation and colonization, the Israelis commit crimes on a daily
Gentlemen,
basis with their
4 minutes remaining. From that, we heard North Korea for 3 minutes, so we propose to move on.
Nice.
I propose to move on to the UNSC Resolution 1825 of Argentina, please.
We find that this is the USA once again supporting genocide, ethnic cleansing, and illegal states. The
We are moving to the next resolution proposed by Argentina as co-sponsored by Colombia.
The United States again sees this as an important resolution in the Security Council as a way to deter Venezuelan aggression, on top of the sanctions that they are already going to receive. And we support this. I really hope that other nations can also support this.
Any discussion needed on this resolution, or can the member states vote?
I think we can go on a vote. I don't think there's anyone against it.
Any permanent members against it?
No.
No, we are abstaining from this one.
Very well, then the resolution pass.
Right.
We can move to the next resolution, which is UN sanction on DPRK and Iran, proposed by the United States.
No, it's okay. We can withdraw that. We have made a deal on top of that.
Withdraw. Very well.
There was a deal already.
And there is an American resolution on the defense of Colombia.
That's what we were. Oh, no. That's another one. Oh.
That's another one.
Okay.
Here.
Or Gaddafi. You might actually live. No.
Alright,
Colombia's on the UNSC, so we'd like to hear about this one.
Yeah, where's you want to begin, or is it Colombia wants to talk?
Please. Colombia, I don't think that they are here at the moment.
Given the tense situation in Venezuela, not only do you agree to guarantee and sanctions, I'd like the international community to support in monitoring the situation with boots on the ground, with obviously the international community support here, because even with all of this, Venezuela is still persistent, and we believe that they will do something, even with all these occurrences, at least by my vision here. So I'm asking the international community to have another measure of deterrence and monitor the situation closely, so we can guarantee that peace prevails in South America.
We have 1 minute remaining.
We could subdue the terrorists that Venezuela is supporting.
This is we discussed similar issues last week in terms of acting without a nation's consent. However, in this case, France believes that the United States is actually making a more clear statement about the intent of the troops in the forces as interim specific UN forces with a specific mandate in specific regions. So France is not actually opposed to this. We think that this is a logical progression in order to handle this quite dangerously rising situation.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, since the time ran out, we are going to make a roll call on this resolution. Starting with the permanent members, what is the vote of the United Kingdom?
We abstain.
Then please do so. What is the vote of the United States on their own resolution?
Aye.
Then please do so. What is the vote of the Russian Federation?
We abstain.
What is the vote of the People's Republic of China?
We abstain.
Very well. What is the vote of Israel? It's casted. What is the vote of the Congo?
We abstain.
Abstaining. And what is the vote of Denmark? Also abstain. Then all vote casted. The resolution passes, since the yeses there are more yeses than noes, and there is no veto in power. Thank you very much. With that, the UNSC meeting is concluded. We urge the parties to. Thank you. Let me finish. We urge the parties to get a clear sight on the Russian proposed resolution on the Ukrainian matter. With that, this discussion is closed. Thank you very much.
There was one more. We did one to discuss.
Well, we ran out of time. If there were not 5 minute argument by the North Koreans, we'd have
Well,
more
considering
time
it
to
was
discuss.
skipped over in the list of things, but yeah.
North Korea didn't argue anything for 5 minutes. They've barely
We
spoken.
didn't at all. We brought up the Israeli crimes, and then
were-
were throwing accusations at us.
They
They were
presented a
throwing a
resolution
rant.
that was
North
being
Korea
voted
was-
upon.
North Korea was throwing a rant.
I'm running. I am now in a zone of peace and quiet, where the birds chirp and the sun shines. Who's in this? Wait, he could pick what? Who's he at war with? Is that a bug? Oh yeah, there's a SCO meeting. I'm an observer. I'm gonna go listen.
I believe there is also about to be a second straight crisis in South Asia.
Yes. Cuba would like to potentially discuss the status of the Venezuelan observership.
Ladies and
in the
gentlemen,
SCO.
welcome to the SCO Summit. We will get to other matters to be presented, but we have a few proposals. We have also internal matters that need to be handled. We got to do this all very quickly, so let's make sure that all of our permanent members are here, all of our founding members are here, any observers that wish to be in attendance are in attendance, and let's make that happen quickly. Are all founding members in attendance?
South Africa.
Africa's here.
Oh, he took him. Oh shit! He annexed Lebanon.
Alright, well.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Is he Rush? Is Jack here?
Not our issue.
I'll grab him.
Nope, no.
He may have fallen asleep again.
We
Yeah,
can go
I
ahead
heard
and
about
inform, our observer states in Europe, like Turkey, France, Germany, Italy. Is Brazil in attendance?
He may have fallen asleep again.
Did Jack fall asleep?
He did. Yeah, he did in our Unisaur meeting.
Brother needs to fucking fix his sleep schedule. Goddamn.
Well, and that was with me getting animated.
Okay. All right. Brazil will be
Jack, did
abstaining
you
from
fall
the
asleep
discussion.
again?
There's Jack.
No, I
Okay.
apologizing to the original Brazil player.
Is Eli here? Is Eli here?
Eli had to leave for the.
Yeah, leave halfway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's
Okay.
already voted on everything though.
We're going to do quick rounds of voting for new member states, as well as voting for the cost-sharing proposal that China has submitted for our new satellite expansion, and then any other proposals that member states suggest, and then we'll open the floor to more general discussions. Okay?
Understood.
All right, fantastic. Let's go through the proposals that are made presently. We will start with the proposals for new members to be held, the discussion to be held between founding states. Does any founding states wish to sponsor any observer states to full membership?
Yes,
Jack.
South Africa would like to sponsor Algeria and Ethiopia for membership.
Algeria and Ethiopia for full membership, and they are consenting to this?
Yes. From what we know, yes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have proposed them.
All right. Do any founding members have any objections to Ethiopia and Algeria assuming full membership? All right. Ethiopia and Algeria, are you in attendance today?
Yes.
Can you confirm that your nations are both members of the WTO and have achieved a globalization equilibrium of 50%?
I believe we are an observer in the WTO.
I'm sorry?
I believe we're an observer in the WTO, not a full member of the WTO.
I believe somebody wants to sponsor you and as to be a full member. Unless I'm
Yeah, it's not a matter. It's not a subject that the SCO takes ownership of who can and can't get into the WTO. We just simply mandate that you are in accordance with their with their policy. So it's up to Ethiopia to fulfill membership of the WTO. Add a character, just roleplay it, you know.
Okay.
But
I need to
50%
go grab-
globalization.
I'll go grab Algeria quickly because they need to answer these as well.
Yes. Okay. While we're going to put a pin in that, we'll move on. Are there any other sponsorships for SEO membership?
Brazil would like to sponsor Cuba to join the SCO.
Cuba, are you in attendance?
Yes.
WTO 50%?
Yes.
No objection.
Any objections from any founding member states?
No objection from South Africa.
Russia?
Russia is not here. They have other.
I'll go grab one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
They can just be abstained. All right, and then fucking Belarus. Does anybody have any objections to Belarus, Belarusian ascendancy to the SCO?
No objection from South Africa.
Belarus WTO 50%.
Belarus has submitted a bid for the WTO, but the WTO is, I don't think, well, I have no idea. I RP'd out of roleplay. I did RP it, but
let's just say you're in it because it's up to you on whether or not you get accepted. There's no
Oli,
WTO
go
body.
to Moscow now. Ukraine is going to declare.
Okay.
Okay, maybe we can fucking
Ukraine.
Sorry.
use the SEO for that. All right.
So, but yes, globalization is 90%, a very high globalization in Belarus.
Okay, Russia. Any objections to Cuba becoming a full member state?
No, we don't have any objections, but we are totally. Could we break in real quickly because we are speaking to the Americans and the Ukrainians? Ukraine is going to disregard the UNSC mandate and is going to declare war on the separatist republics. We are unaware if United States will help them or not, but we have stated our consequences very clearly, and we are just very confused, most of all.
Argentina is not a member, but we do have good relations with the United States. If Ukraine does declare war on the separatist republics, Argentina will put tremendous diplomatic pressure on the United States through the bonds we've purchased to remain out of the conflict.
We have explained to the United States what the consequences are. They could be nuclear. We have explained this to them.
Yes, but can
alright.
they get this meeting going? There are other meetings.
Okay, I'll jump and talk to the Americans.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I just
It
need
seems
to
there's
speak
no
with my
objections to
cabinet, I'll be
Cuba,
back.
and there's no objections to Belarusian ascendancy to the SCO. Belarus, Cuba, congratulations. Welcome to full membership. Algeria, are you in attendance?
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you have 50% globalization equilibrium or more?
I have 70%.
There were no objections to your ascendancy to full membership of the SCO. You are now a full member of the SCO. Congratulations.
Alhamdulillah.
What? Oh, okay.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Let's see. Let's see if there's any other recommendations. Did South Africa not also wish to present another nation?
No, that was everything. Ethiopia and Algeria were the only two we proposed. We had observers. We have added the Ivory Coast as observers into the
Understood.
union.
Understood. Okay, then that is memberships done. Are there any other proposals before we get to China's cost-sharing initiative extension?
Not from South Africa.
There are no proposals, but there is. We would like to inform everyone that we're going to be having talks within the African Union of merging our already put in place peacekeeping anti-terrorism efforts and having them work together with the African Union's peacekeeping forces. As a proposal that we're currently having within the African Union to be voted upon.
Understood. Keep us informed about that. Moving forward, now all new SCO member states, please understand that you have voting power for this proposal. We are putting forward an initiative to extend upon the cost-sharing proposal for the satellite system for all SCO member states, which, by the way, all new member states are getting full access to our SCO satellite system now. That is Belarus, Algeria, Ethiopia,
Cuba,
and Cuba.
Yes.
Cuba.
Okay. The cost of the new extension is a total of $1.178 trillion, to be spread or split proportionally among the member states' collective GDP. Does anybody have any opposition to this? It's expanding to full 2015 infrastructure.
No opposition.
No opposition.
Okay. All right. We'll finalize the finances later, but that passes with no opposition. Now moving forward to security issues as well as other concerns. I open the floor to all founding members and all full members to raise issues. And once we're concluded with those, we will open the floor to observer states.
Yes, Vietnam would like to make note of Singapore's actions recently against Malaysia, as well as Indonesia. This seems to be a concern of ours, as Singapore has recently just constantly been under forcing attacks on their two neighbors, which is going to affect probably the Southeast Asia sphere quite immensely when it comes to that.
And what has happened?
Singapore's recent actions against Malaysia and Indonesia.
What have they done aside from the war that started a couple of years ago?
Mainly the war, but it seems like there was some sort of proposition towards Indonesia that Indonesia had some demands, or not, Singapore has some demands from Indonesia, which seems to be.
If I may speak on it, I know a bit more details from the Indonesian delegation. And Singapore demanded the transfer of the Rahui Islands to them, and they've started military skirmishes with the Indonesian Navy. And the Malaysian government started to do similar things for the demanding of said islands. If you want more information, I would recommend you go to the Indonesian government directly. But it seems there is a large conflict brewing, one of the world's most important trade routes.
Understood. Do we wish to have any SCO action about the issue now, or should we just keep that on tabs and observe that and move on to more pressing issues?
I'd like to keep that on tabs.
Oh, there
Okay.
we go.
Oh no! Singapore
Well,
just declared war. Okay, so
let's address this. It's China's position that this is the second aggressive conflict that the military dictatorship within Singapore has instigated. China would like to direct the SCO to counterattacks against this government and put in power a democratic government and liberate the people of Singapore.
Understood.
Does anybody have any propositions or opposition to this?
Proposition.
No opposition from our side.
I'm sorry, is that your opposition?
What would Ethiopia require militarily from Ethiopia? Because we can send a intervention force right now if they require it.
I don't believe that we require all member states to contribute to the security package. We can coordinate. Shanghai or Beijing will take point and coordinate with regional neighbors to handle this. We have a newly minted aircraft carrier navy as well as stealth aircraft that can begin conducting military strikes and as well escalate with the Indonesian government.
The Indonesian government will report that the Singaporeans just launched ballistic missiles at city points across Indonesia. We have reports that there is damage to civilian infrastructure. And let me just see how much that damaged that ballistic strike. We are reporting that there is damage across South Sumatra, and Western Java has also been, or near Jakarta, has also been hit by a ballistic missile strike.
And how can the SCO best assist the Indonesians?
We would like to, as we are being slowly pushed back, we would like, if they can, maybe intervention is the only thing that's going to stop them hitting our cities.
China's authorizing the deployment of our brand new airborne forces, and we will be sending intervention forces, and we will table this motion until we can coordinate more closely with you, and we invite other SCO members to coordinate closely with Indonesia. SCO is officially taking a stance against the Singaporean government, and we'll be working militarily to install a new government in Singapore.
May I comment as an observer on this?
Yes.
We would caution against large-scale airstrikes due to Singapore's population density into the city.
Mm-hmm.
But
we'll be cautious.
Okay. That's all.
We'll keep this in mind. Let's move on to other topics. Does any do any member states have any further proposals or issues they want to raise?
Cuba would perhaps like to discuss the Venezuelan actions in Latin America. We believe that it was perhaps not so solidaric of them to threaten Cuba and indirectly other member states the way that they did.
I see. Could you be a little more specific, please?
Yeah, Venezuela would like
yes,
for Cuba to produce evidence that Venezuela threatened sovereignty of Colombia or Cuba or any other nation.
Well, it is of course hard to provide evidence due to this being a verbal discussion that this was presented in.
Could perhaps you give a quote or verbal quote that any representative of legitimate Venezuelan government said?
Perhaps
that,
we could use the
implied-
fact that Venezuela has been sanctioned by the United Nations for this factor as evidence.
So the punishment is evidence of crime?
You've had 3 opportunities, my good sir. 3 opportunities. Mercosur, UNISOR have approached Venezuela. 3 opportunities you have rejected. We do not
This
want
is
this.
lies. Literally lies. Venezuela
Sure,
just recently Green government opened to negotiations, but without preconditions. This is something we stated in UN. This is something we stated with our negotiations direct that we are ready to negotiate as long as there's no preconditions.
There were
Mr. I don't want to play
preconditions.
the SEO discussion forum with this Latin American feud, but we believe that it is perhaps important to question the capability that Venezuela holds now that they have been sanctioned by the United Nations.
China has already agreed that the SCO should mediate this issue, and we will begin mediation of that topic at the end of this summit. Let's address other issues first before we begin the mediation of the Venezuelan and Colombian affair. Perhaps maybe the Russian issue. Do we have a conclusion on how that is or how that's looking right now? I believe all the Russian diplomats are in attendance at a meeting between Ukraine, Russia, and the United States.
Argentina, though we're not a full member, we went to the United Nations, or the United States rather. The Americans told us, don't take this for what you will, that they do not endorse this current action, and that due to the political limbo, any action that Ukraine takes on its own. Going forward, Argentina and several other South American nations are going to start actively lobbying for the U.S. to ditch Ukraine, as this is now the second or third UNSC statement that Kiev has openly violated.
So is the United States formally stating that they will not intervene militarily against Russia if Ukraine and Russia come to blows?
That's what they told us, but to be fair and with all due respect to everyone in this body, the American president
unreliable
was very vague and wishy-washy on the subject.
Yes. They've been like that in the past, and we've seen how that's gone.
Yes.
I would like to state that I cannot guarantee trade security in the Straits of Malacca. I am trying to safeguard my own vessels, but it seems that Singapore has an aggressive submarine fleet which is sinking any and all traders off the coast of Singapore.
The Chinese First Fleet is in position in the Straits of Malacca and will begin defensive or trade defensive operations and convoy escorting in the Straits of Malacca at this time.
We have sent our navy to the Straits. They are fighting, so they are trying to safeguard it, but we also send in our army units to try and deal with the aggressive bombing that they've done of Sumatra.
No, Vietnam will also be sending over their fleet to the Straits to assist in these operations.
Okay. For the matter of Russia and Ukraine, does SEO wish to take a stance should Ukraine violate the treaty and begin open conflict against the separatist republics in the east?
Ethiopia is ready to support the Russians on this matter.
Now, the SCO is not requiring any members to support Russia. In fact, the SCO does not require at all to take a stance on this issue, and every member state is welcome to engage in their own international diplomacy on the subject. But we're voting right now, should the SCO take an official stance?
I'd state it may be best for us to stay neutral on this matter, since it seems to be more of a Russian issue and Ukrainian issue, especially with regards to the United States being involved in this conflict as well.
Glad he said that.
I feel if we push further at this with the SEO issue, the United States may bring NATO involved as well, and cause an even escalation in conflicts.
Does anybody have any opposition to the Vietnamese stance?
We do not, but the SEO is still has the stance to sanction Ukraine, right?
Yes, we are still sanctioning them for their violation of the Crimean referendum.
No. So then staying neutral, that would mean that we do not allow any United States troops or planes to go from United States towards Russia or Ukraine.
I'm not sure what you're stating.
If we are neutral, we cannot harbor. If we are neutral, we cannot offer any logistical support.
At this present time, I'm not sure of any full member states that have any logistical contracts with the United States.
No, but also yes, that is true.
Cuba now owns bonds in the US, but that more.
For the current escalation of the crisis, SCO will temporarily refrain from position until more developments occur. China is not opposed to escalating our sanctions package to military sanctions as well, and potentially even escalating further should the situation develop in a very aggressive, needlessly aggressive way against Russia. But for the time being, nothing's happened. Let's move on to our mediation of the Colombian and Venezuelan situation. Is Colombia and Venezuela both in attendance today?
Yes. I think only Venezuela.
Has Colombia agreed to SEO mediation?
Colombia informed you any? I mean, Colombia is not even an SEO observer.
No, they're not. But we've been approached by the Venezuelans for SEO mediation of the subject.
Okay, very well.
If Colombia does not agree to SEO mediation, then we can move on to a different issue.
I don't even see where they are.
Cool.
We are also sadly to report that we have sunk the Singapore Navy. Or at least defanged a lot of their ships.
The People's Liberation Army Air Force is being deployed to Indonesia.
So there is a new president in the Ukraine, but I take it he is not much different from his predecessor.
Okay. Have we gotten contact with Colombia or no?
Can't find them in any VCs, to be honest.
Does Colombia fucking exist, or have they been fucking nuked off the map?
I'm pretty sure he's. No, he's here. I thought he wasn't here.
He's in the game.
Colombia's here?
Yeah.
Is he?
Oh, he's in game.
He's in game. Is he still in the UN stage or something?
That could be.
All right.
No, it's not open still.
To anyone who has sent volunteers, be prepared. It seems Singapore might be gearing up for a naval invasion.
Oh damn.
Where at? If you think, do you think they'll hit likely? When it comes out here?
Probably Palabang, but I doubt that's going to work because if you've seen the forces that's on that area.
Yes, yeah, I'm actually sending forces there now for a naval invasion support to take back your island of Batam.
Oh, Colombia. It's here now.
Is Colombia here now?
Attendance.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. Does he? Do you have voice, Colombia? Kraf, can you say something?
Yes, I'm
okay.
here. I'm here.
Okay, Colombia. It has been suggested that the SCO mediate the issue with between Colombia and Venezuela, seeing as you're bordering and in the region with many SCO members and observers. Do you consent to this mediation?
Yes.
Okay. Let us begin with establishing the issue. I would like to appoint. I would like to give voice to member states of Mercosur as well as other regional partners that are present here as observers to take a more of a leadership role in these negotiations as well. That is Cuba, Brazil, and Argentina. Is Argentina still in attendance?
I will call Argentina, but Cuba will not take part in any mediation as we are not a trusted partner by one of the actors in the conflict.
Understood. We only seek to gather more information about the subject, and we want to be presented an unbiased accounting of the situation. Is there any country that Venezuela and Colombia both trust to be able to provide an unbiased accounting, or should we have two separate reports of the facts?
I don't believe so. We should have two separate accounts.
Okay, then we suggest that Colombia and Venezuela both present the situation, starting with Colombia.
Right. Well, this all started when we moved troops to our shared border during Venezuela's unrest. They took that as a hostile act for some reason, when in reality we know the types of people that were involved in that action, that being FARC. So we merely moved part of our army, 50,000 troops, with a hundreds of miles long border is really not a sign of war or anything like the Venezuelans seem to think it is. And then since then it's escalated. They've been completely unwilling to negotiate, called us an American puppet, etc. And currently have a very large force on our border as well.
This sounds very
Understood.
plausible.
Venezuela, your take on the subject?
As Colombia point out, it's Colombia who first moved its troops to the Venezuelan border. We nearly mirrored their actions with a similar quantity. 50,000 of Colombian to our borders. We sent 55,000 of Venezuelan to their border. Also, I want to point out there was extrajudicial expulsion of Venezuelan citizens from Colombia without any legal proceedings. This also preceded with earlier at the beginning of the century, Colombia joining, becoming major non-NATO ally of United States. During unrest in Venezuela, we believe that was foreign interference. Also, we're not right now accusing Colombia of that yet because investigation is not over. There was accusation that we refused negotiations. This is blatant lie. We refused negotiations with any preconditions. In fact, during the negotiations that did took place, we declared that we are completely ready to subscribe to the idea of respecting Colombia's sovereign borders. This is not an issue for us. We recognize the sovereignty and the borders in its entirety. This is something that was stated, and the reason that we retreated from negotiations is because parties involved insisted that document signed by no longer legitimate representatives of Venezuela has a legal power.
So are you saying you respect Colombia's sovereignty and its borders? Are you saying that right now?
This is something that very clearly was stated during negotiations that took place.
Why is Venezuela preparing for war then? That's our question.
Let us hold the discussion. Let us hold the discussion, please. We're just simply ascertaining the facts from both parties.
Yeah, I was asking, not demanding to produce evidence that Venezuela, in fact, preparing to invade Colombia. This is something we repeatedly were accused.
We're establishing what the current disagreement is, and as far as we can see, the disagreement. And correct me if I'm wrong, Colombia and Venezuela disagreement is about troop placements along the border. There's been an escalation in military posturing. Is that true?
More than this. Specifically, they are demanding from Venezuela to arrest certain of our citizens and trial them.
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Venezuela.
one of the preconditions that for negotiations that we prosecute members of FARC and FARC-V.
We only said Colombian citizens. We never said Venezuelan citizens.
It said in the document that Cuba provided. Let me see it specifically.
We provided explanation to you that it's only right
Yes,
that
it
Cuban
says both
citizens
FARC
committing
and FARC-V.
Colombian. We provided an explanation to you that Colombian citizens committing crimes in Colombia.
This is not what says
It should only-
let
it
me
was
share
directly stated to you.
document. I did send a document. Document clearly say both FARC and FARC-V members. This was precondition for negotiations that we prosecute members of FARC-V. That was not acceptable for us as a precondition.
All right, understood. That was previous rounds of negotiations, gentlemen. Let's establish what the core issue is so that we can agree what we need to focus on. So the concern right now is military posturing between both Colombia and Venezuela, yes or no?
And United States. I will add United States.
But the core are the U.S. troops in Colombia right now?
Yes.
Okay.
They
Are they on the? Are
the
they?
carrier fleet, and they do have military presence in Colombia.
Please hold. Are they stationed on the border with Venezuela?
Not far away from the border.
Okay, but there are military troops within Colombia. Can Colombia verify this?
Yes. No, actually on the border. Yeah, right now the United States troops on our border.
Please
I'm asking
let
Colombia, please.
Colombia speak. We didn't ask for your opinion on the statement. We want to
I
hear
was
his
asked
side
to
of
prove.
things. Be quiet. Let Colombia speak.
Let's
You
not
can
let's
speak
not
after.
please let's refrain from insults, South Africa. We thank you for your assistance, but China's more than capable of this. Venezuela, let us hear from Colombia real quick that Colombia, there are U.S. troops present inside of Colombia borders.
Yes, as a major non-NATO ally, when we are under threat of war, then yes,
Understood.
we allow them in.
So our issue, gentlemen, is military posturing between the two nations. All right, between the two nations and external allies to these nations. We should focus on a path towards our framework and a path towards peace and de-escalation on the border. That is our main focus. We understand that Venezuela had concerns about arrests of Venezuelan citizens, as well as a pressure on Venezuela to adjust its own domestic civilian policies. Colombia, do you have any necessary, absolutely necessary standing points that Venezuela must change domestic policy in order for Colombia to demilitarize the border and de-escalate?
Well, we believe that part was a miscommunication about the Venezuelan citizens. We
seems more
never
likely,
ever once
to be
claimed
honest.
that we wanted to arrest the Venezuelan citizens. We only said Colombians who fled to Venezuela who are guilty of crimes in Colombia. That's what we said originally, which we think is.
And can
very
you
fair.
clarify? Can you clarify what that means?
Yes, members of FARC
Extradition.
who have committed crimes against Colombian citizens.
Yes. What about them? I didn't understand the context.
We just want them extradited back to Colombia to face trial.
So you're demanding extradition.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me understand. The core issue here is that we're at the brink of war. That escalation between these two nations is reaching a point where there is massive military buildup, not only on the border but also in the oceans that that you share. If the main concern here is a de-escalation and avoidance of war, is Colombia refusing to give up this position of extradition in exchange for a peaceful future?
What exactly would this peaceful future be?
Well, it seems obvious to the Chinese, as well as most likely third-party nations that are first just hearing of it, hearing this issue, that peace can be just found by an agreement between the two parties to demilitarize the border.
Oh yeah, we can agree with that. We've been trying to agree with that for a while now.
Is Colombia willing to drop the condition about extradition? Quite frankly, we think that the only thing that needs to happen here is an unconditional proposal between Venezuela and Colombia to demilitarize the border, to prevent any possible bloodshed, as well as the removal of the U.S. carrier fleet against the Venezuelan waters. That's unnecessary. But U.S. posturing is U.S. posturing. There's only so much we can do about that. But in agreements between Colombia and Venezuela, we think that a demilitarized border would most likely solve the issues, as well as also not tagging on additional contingent measures like extradition.
Yes, we would like to see some sort of guarantee that FARC would not have as much influence in Venezuela.
And how would you suggest that guarantee is found?
Well, we were under the impression that Venezuela was already doing something along those lines about not letting FARC be part of its military, but it seems like that's perhaps changed.
Venezuela, care to comment, please?
I'm failing to understand what he implying. We did in fact made an agreement with various militants group in Venezuela, including FARC and FARC-V, that they're supposed to give up arms in exchange for amnesty or be integrated in the Venezuelan military.
Okay.
And is this agreeable for Colombia?
It's agreeable, yes.
The gentleman, I
want
see
some
no
sort
further
of-
issues as to why we cannot find an agreement to officially demilitarize the border between Venezuela and Colombia.
Yeah, literally.
I need to specify this region is in part mountainous and quite heavily jungle that infested with various militants and drug cartels. So complete demilitarization is not really an option because we need to combat various bandits in this area. But we agreed to decrease military presence, especially in terms of heavy equipment that are necessary in combating various militants.
China views it
Colombia
as
would like to
fully
say something.
understandable.
This has been a pattern. Every time we've tried to discuss with the Venezuelans, they make some excuse about why total peace is not an option. Colombia is not the aggressor here.
Let us agree then. Let us agree on finite, very detailed stipulations to an agreement. Perhaps non-mechanized and non-motorized troop deployments to a limit of a certain number of troops between both sides.
Motorization is required in this area, but mechanized, yes, agreeable.
Well, Venezuela, why would militarization be necessary at this point if we're just trying to establish and de-escalate?
Because, as we said, this
He said
area
motorization.
is infested.
He's talking about trucks.
I understood. Gotcha.
Columbia, what is your perspective on this?
We'd agree to that, yes.
So we can agree to firstly removing all mechanized and armored assault vehicles from the border and restricting it to just motorized and infantry personnel.
We really suck at combating terrorism and realizing I should have been doing this.
Oh, we agree.
Does this also include other pieces of potentially unnecessary military equipment like artillery or anti-air missile stations, other things that are not needed to combat bandit cells in the mountains?
I don't think that the presence of military forces on the border need to only be for counter bandits. I think it's irrational for us to state that no military should be allowed on the border, but I think our main concern is the hyper-escalation of troops can be reduced. State security is still very paramount.
Perhaps you could agree to a quantity in terms of personnel. We will decrease presence of border to 20,000 troops. Not in terms of equipment, but in terms of personnel.
So there is a proposal from Venezuela to Colombia that there will be a limit of 20,000 soldiers along the border with no tanks and no armored vehicles whatsoever. Colombia, what is your perspective on this? It's very important.
It's a bit too much armored vehicles because armored vehicles is few advantage we have or against very heavily armed and organized various cartels in the area.
You have armored cars.
Yes, armored cars, something like this, but infantry fighting vehicles will be removed from the border.
That's overkill for a civilian militia.
Infantry fighting vehicles will be removed.
Infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, and main battle tanks and light support tanks should be removed.
Yes.
This is China's recommendation. That means everything armored aside from armored motorized support vehicles, like trucks, MRAPs. Does Venezuela have
it's agreeable.
Okay, all right. Venezuela agrees to that. Colombia, your thoughts, please.
We agree. We don't necessarily see how this is a lasting solution for peace, because who's to say that Venezuela won't move their troops back up to the border without our
Let's discuss that then.
catching us off guard.
Let's discuss that. How would you feel a lasting peace could be found?
China's such a
Some sort of
peacekeeper.
concrete treaty saying that war won't happen. I'm not
A
sure.
non-aggression pact between your two states, perhaps?
Perhaps. I don't see the Venezuelans accepting that, but
Venezuela. Do you have any reason to be hostile as an offensive measure against Colombia?
We never had.
Would you be
Except for
opposed to a
one,
non-aggression? Would you be opposed to a non-aggression pact with Colombia?
Yes, we not opposed. We agree to this if it's somehow enforced. Because we believe the paper alone is pointless, we would like some kind of third-party guarantee of this non-aggression pact.
Do you want UNSC peacekeepers between Colombia and Venezuela?
No. Specifically because some of the members of Security Council are, we believe, biased in this conflict. And we literally have right now large American military presence at our borders.
Okay. You caused that though, Venezuela. You need to realize that.
How?
Americans are on your
Let
border
us not
because-
argue about that. Let's find
ask for your
solutions,
evidence.
Venezuela. No one here aside from Colombia is accusing you of that. It does not matter. Okay? Colombia, it doesn't matter. Let's find a way to find peace and stability for you, all right, and your peace of mind. If you have concerns about the longevity of this agreement, then they need to be addressed. If you want some permanence, like a non-aggression pact, Venezuela has indicated that they're open to this. Are you opposed to a non-aggression pact, Colombia?
No, not at all. We're very much open to it.
Does that satiate your desire for long-lasting guarantee, or would you like something more concrete?
That could be good for now.
Okay. All right. So have we agreed, gentlemen, that 20,000 being the limit of troops stationed along the border of Colombia and Venezuela, north to south, east to west, is the full limit for military personnel, as well as no armored vehicles aside from motorized vehicles?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to extend that to
also
attack
have-
helicopters as well. I think that's important, so that there isn't any further issues. No
Well,
attack
this is-
helicopters, no motorization of any kind other than motorized vehicles and infantry personnel. Can this be agreed?
Yes, as a first point of our
Are there any
disagreement, it's
further
agreeable.
Are there any further issues that need to be discussed in order for this to happen?
Yes, foreign military presence in Colombia and Colombian status as major non-NATO ally.
Venezuela, I'll give you my personal opinion on this, that I think that demanding that Colombia no longer be designated as an ally of a foreign power is irrational, just like it was irrational of Colombia to insist on changes to your domestic policy. I think that the presence of U.S. troops is definitely concerning for any nation that feels themselves opposed to U.S. Foreign policy. But perhaps Colombia would be agreeing to a withdrawal of U.S. force presence once it is confirmed that you have an agreement about a reduction of military presence along your shared border. I have reason to believe that Colombia would have no cause to maintain a U.S. foreign presence once they believe that Venezuela is no longer a threat to their sovereignty. Colombia, do you care to comment?
No, we agree 100% with that sentiment. Like I said, they're on our border because we believe that we're under threat. So
then, gentlemen, if part of this treaty we add a removal of foreign military personnel, would there be any opposition to this?
No.
Venezuela, any opposition?
No.
All right, gentlemen, does this satiate the needs and desires for peace in this area of the world, or are there more points of order?
We believe that's everything for the moment.
Venezuela, any further points of order? Gentlemen, there is no need for war. There is no need for violence. There is no reason that diplomacy cannot be had. There is no situation, no conflict that diplomacy cannot overcome. You have just demonstrated that. Colombia and Venezuela have committed to a limitation of 20,000 personnel of motorized only forces and a removal of foreign military presence from both nations to make it fair.
Excellent.
Peace has been found in your region. Please, gentlemen, work together to maintain it. You do not need to agree ideologically, but when it comes to diplomacy, there must be an objective mind. We congratulate you and commend you on your capability and agreeance to participating in these talks. And let us shake hands and finalize this agreement. So once more, Colombia, Venezuela, do you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Fuck yes, man! Congratulations! Shit, let's have a fucking party. Who's got some sake or something?
I've got
Let's
the
go.
alcohol. I'm an alcoholic. It is everywhere.
Yes, my buddy Sayad. Of course, he has alcohol. Yes, he does. Yes.
I have it.
All right, gentlemen, we have. Yep.
We made peace in South America just for there to be war in Europe.
Perfect timing. We can now address other fucking issues.
Fuck's sake.
The US has pulled away, so it's not going to escalate.
Okay, good.
Yes, the United States has abandoned Ukraine.
Good.
Oh, Russia.
Regional conflict is fine.
Yeah.
And that's not my problem.
It is also not my problem.
Okay, I believe that all SEO matters are attended to, aside from if any permanent members of the SEO have any issues they wish to address to bring up right now. This is the last chance.
I have one slight out of character thing. I don't know if we will get a pop-up, but the Ivory Coast AI is doing currently the African Union focus to nullify the Treaty of Palinda, which may give all of you a pop-up that we're doing nuclear weapons, which we are not doing.
Okay, all right, copy that.
Just as a heads up, because Beppo isn't here, and AI has been doing a lot of bad things in that focus spree.
10-4. Any other issues, gentlemen, before we can end the summit?
Can we just quickly plead with members of the SEO, not as a necessarily SEO policy, but just as a general personal policy to begin work on sanctions against Israel. The UN may have vetoed it under US orders, but they are very much committing crimes against international order.
Sanctions against Israel since this 2003, I believe.
I do
not effective when
expressly
they are
mean
supported by the world's largest economy.
I do expressly mean the ones who are not, though.
Are these sanctions passed by the UNGA?
The UNGA has condemned them. There is not a UNGA sanction ruling yet. I do intend on bringing one. I just think that nations should individually sanction them due to the. I do believe the UNSC.
Very well. Individually, any nation is free to choose whether or not they want to sanction Israel. As a matter of SEO policy, we will refrain until a UNGA proposition is put forward. The SEO will not make a statement.
Wait,
or...
there is one more point I want to bring up, Venezuela. Obviously, part of the agreement is lifting of sanctions against Venezuela. Something that we forgot to bring up because I believe it's too obvious.
These were the UN sanctions on Venezuela, if I recall correctly. Colombia, would you?
They are in the war, yes.
Hello.
All right. Let's see. I mean, who fuck knows? The Ukraine player is probably busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very busy.
Fuck, man.
Hello.
Actually, no, he's alone right now. He's alone right now.
Might I ask what the Western perspective is on this conflict in Ukraine?
We are assessing the perspective at the moment.
I will speak like Ferrari does and say we are checking. We are checking. We are not that sure. But what France will state as simple fact is that Ukraine is in violation of the UNSC. That is an indisputed fact at this point.
I could agree. I think that Ukraine and Russia have both taken very irresponsible steps.
We think many nations have taken irresponsible steps in this regard, but it's as if certain players wanted this conflict to happen. But
yes,
France is
conflict. I mean, is it Ukrainians' territory? Is it the right to destroy separatists like every other nation, or is it Russian? Is it the Russian people? Who knows? We just stay out of this. But I think that the Germans wanted to speak to me.
Yes, let's move to Berlin finally.
Yes, finally. Hello.
Greetings.
Greetings.
I wish that we could have met with under
Oh.
better than war in the Ukraine, but here we are at least.
Yes. No, it is fine for Pakistan. We are still coming out of our civil unrest very strongly, and the debt is going down, and stability is going up, and the country is starting to recover very slowly. It's unfortunate that Europe has to fall into chaos as we are coming out of chaos.
Indeed, it is very unfortunate. But what Germany wanted to discuss is first to ask if Pakistan is in need of any economic aid package, and we also ready to offer investments into Pakistan.
And we would love investments from any nation that is willing to send them. We have been experimenting with foreign investments in the city of Karachi, but if you want to help the state of Pakistan and our government, we are trying to build road networks from Islamabad to Karachi.
Very
If
well,
you want to build-
that can be arranged.
Perfect. As for economic aid, we don't necessarily need any cold hard cash, you know.
Mm-hmm. Very well done.
Is this all that you needed?
At the moment, yes. And we thank the Turkish that they are mind readers because we wish to talk with them after this.
Of course, Angela, I had some urge all of the sudden.
Mr. Erdogan? Might
But
I
before
ask?
you leave, Mr. Sajdat, yes. Hello, yes.
First,
I wanted to talk to you as
I
well.
have a glass for you. Take a drink. Take a drink.
Not a
What
glass
is
for the
this?
lady?
No, sorry, I'm not
Women
drinking.
do not drink alcohol. What do you mean? The men drink
I'm.
alcohol.
Is this 0% alcohol?
It is 0%. Bitch. It has alcohol. What do you mean? We are not.
I don't drink,
Mr.
my friend.
We are in private. Do you see any public image? There are no cameras.
There are no cameras.
There are no cameras. There are no no news. Nobody would
No,
know.
no, it's all good. I'm not
Drink.
drinking. Thank
You
you.
drink
No,
with
no,
me.
no.
Okay,
No,
well,
no.
then fine. While you're very sober, tell me what is happening in Ukraine, and tell me
Yes,
what Turkey's perspective is on this.
We are seeing that Petro Poroshenko is doing he's trying to reclaim his territories basically, and it seems like the Russians are obviously resisting. The Americans have completely left Ukraine as far as we are informed. So they dropped Ukraine to Russia's favor, but we don't think that this war will massively explode. We think that Europe and Turkey have done a lot of pressure to Russia to keep them in limited positions. At least this is what Turkish position was. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see harm on any of these nations, to be honest. These are both our neighbors. But we are happy to see that the war is limited so far.
According to German intelligence, the Ukrainians are suffering heavy losses already.
I've seen early satellite imagery that shows most of eastern Ukraine on fire, actually.
Oh, God,
That's
yeah, I
gonna
saw
reach
the
Tuesday.
evidence as well.
Ja, ich wusste es, ich habe ihn geholt mit dieser Bombe.
So
Anyway,
it is Ukraine that is committing to offensive operations. Then.
I just want to.
Ukraine is technically marching into its own rebellious nation. We have to say this, you know. Imagine if Balochistan would uprise and you would march in, but India would march into you. I know. I'm saying
we quelled them just like any other nation would. Absolutely.
Exactly, but Ukraine technically Ukraine is just taking what is theirs. But of course, it is a complicated matter.
It's a very complicated issue, and it's the decades of issues related to it. So I don't think that it will solve easily, honestly.
Not easily, no. But my good friend, there is something else. I want to speak with Pakistan before I move on with Germany. I want to congratulate you, Mr. Sajjad, for banning this red propaganda bullshit networks.
Yes.
You are a very, very proud man, and I wish to follow your example on this, and I will ban these websites as well. This is unpatriotic.
I've heard that India was going to go and join this red organization.
Disgusting.
And it is disgusting, I agree. And it had to be
I
banned.
like the Indian government,
I don't
but
like
this is
hearing the
a
propaganda. It is one thing to send news to the people. I mean, American media propaganda, sure, but it at least gives some information. But
yes, some
red
information
is
is
just
deserved.
propaganda that is trying to undermine the sovereignty of nations.
I mean, we have many TV channels like CNN Turk, and we,
Yes.
of course we say what the people want to hear, but some of it have to be the truth. But red is complete red propaganda. I don't like it.
I agree.
My flag may be red, but my mind is
ban
not.
it. You should ban it, Mr. Erdogan.
I will ban it.
It is
This
very...
is. I will follow your example, Mr. Sajjad.
We saw what it could do in the 20th century. That ideology must have died with that century. That
With the
cannot be
yes.
century.
All of these nations, all of these post-Soviet nations are in that state because they are post-Soviet, because they are
What about
post-communist.
India? India is a communist country. They put a facade up for the world, but they are a communist country.
I love Germany's left Berlin because the immigrants have taken over Berlin.
The immigrants have taken over. We work so hard for this.
We're not immigrants. We are refugees.
Hey, we Turks were immigrants, okay? We came legally, and you just crossed border.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. At least you
They were
admit it. You
all
know, Sajjad,
Indians.
you are so transparent. I like you because you're so
Yes.
transparent.
Oh,
You're such a transparent leader.
While I am here, Mr. Erdogan, I would like to declare that we have officially ended the child recruitment program. All the child soldiers that Musharraf had are now children again. No longer carrying
Beautiful.
guns. Yes, very beautiful. It brings tears to my eyes.
This is, of course, in greatest interest of my people as well, and my country, and me personally.
Yes, well, I will let you do business with Germany, but they have apparently left.
They've gone. Embo, can I have some pee-pee? Because I was
Is
told I
there
could
an
get some because my save
Israeli
edit didn't go
surveillance
through.
drone flying
Yep.
overhead? What is this?
There is. We are just looking at the footage, from our successful
It's gone.
war. You know.
It's
I don't know if that was an Iranian Shahid drone or if it was an Israeli surveillance drone.
Yeah, you got some PP, Owen. I don't know how much you need. You got 100.
200 and that should be it.
Okay.
My sweet.
Mr. Sajjad, it is so nice to speak to you.
Yes.
You are such an intelligent man, so transparent.
It is a pleasure that I ran into you in Berlin. It
course.
is unfortunate, though, that you do not embrace the ideas of a casual enjoyment of beverages, you know?
Yeah, everybody has his own desires, you know. This is not my way of living. But I, of course, tolerate my people do whatever they want.
Yes, and this is something new. I'm trying to set an example for Pakistan, for a future.
Yes.
That is more secular than ever before. While we
Yes,
still
we are
maintain
also
our Islamic
secular.
roots, like Turkey.
Yes, exactly. This is the secularism I like, with Islamic characteristics.
Exactly, my friend. And that is
We
what
have so
are
much in
working-
common, Sajjad.
Yes, yes. Without me, Pakistan would have collapsed. Again.
Yes, I mean, you united it, your people. Just like I beat the military coup and united my glorious country and saved the Middle East.
It was
Just like I'm
terrifying.
doing this.
You don't know how much we have worried about when our embassy went offline and
Yes. I've heard
Ankara.
about all of this after the coup, my friend. You tried to reach us very often,
Yes.
which is, of course, appreciated. But I'm happy that your embassy was not hurt.
I'm happy that you did not perish in this coup.
Thank you,
What are the
Sajjad.
likelihoods of this happening again? my friend?
Zero. We are zero. 0.000. Yes.
Zero?
Yes, zero. Because we are a strong nation and we don't tolerate this. We are arresting everybody who has any connection to this. And this is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Well, I just have come from the Beijing SCO summit.
Oh yes, I'm an observer now. I'm happy that we are, you know.
I am
Yes,
too.
yes.
Me too. And
Oh, you are observer.
I am observer. I'm not.
I thought you were a member.
Not yet. Not yet.
Perhaps this comes.
But the SCO did agree, I think, to impose sanctions individually on the state of Israel.
Ooh.
Yes. And we're wondering what
Because of their
what is
Gaza?
Turkey are going to do. Well, apparently it is because of what North Korea was saying, the DPRK.
Beautiful.
Sorry, but
Well, the Turkish position, we sanction Israel since
like
10 years now.
2003, yes, as we, yes.
12 years.
Yeah, a long time, and we have not lifted them, and we still boycott it. But
But real quick, can I have 150 more? I forgot elections are expensive. Because it cost me because apparently it was a minority government even though they had 50%. So anyway, I will leave.
Yes, you get it.
We want to say though, as one Pakistani to a Turkish man, right? We want to say that some of the North Korean rhetoric is not going to look good for us Muslim nations, my friend. They are using a lot of our slogans, and it is. We agree the occupiers are doing terrible things, but they have not fully, officially, taken over Gaza or anything.
But killing is bad enough, you know. This is unacceptable.
Agree, but
killing and raiding, and if we don't criticize them now, but wait until they annex, or now we criticize you, then they can do whatever they want. But if we show them, hey, you cannot even reach this point, then they are afraid and they will never do anything bad. You know, we have to show them red lines. This is unacceptable otherwise. These dirty Zionists.
Well, what does Turkey feel about the election of Hamas in Gaza in 2014?
We blame Israel for this. We blame Israel for this. Yes, they create terror. Everything they touch explodes. We did the dirty work. We killed Hezbollah, my friend. We killed Hezbollah, and Israel has not done anything. They hate Jews, okay? Hezbollah hates Jews. They don't hate Turks. They don't hate Arabs.
That does not mean that it is okay.
You know?
Well,
but we
might I
killed
say,
them.
Mr.
We killed them,
Erdogan,
and the Israelis have not supported.
You did destroy Hamas, but not Hamas.
Hezbollah, not
sorry.
Hamas.
Hezbollah. You did.
There is difference in their dress code.
How certain are you that they are actually destroyed in Lebanon?
We are currently in Lebanon with France together with several policing troops. And we are helping the new Lebanese government to de-Iranianize and to de-Hezbollahnize. Just like Germany after Second World War had the denazification and Russia the de-Stalinization. We will de-Hezbollahnize Lebanon completely, and it will be a beautiful Riviera of the Middle East.
Well,
as it should be.
Well, I hope that is somewhat of the case, my friend. I'm just saying that it may not be politically wise to say that they are committing atrocities that they may not be yet committing in an official sense, in a way that the public could agree. Yes, the occupation. Yes, my friend. Those people. And here is the
Bo?
DPRK.
Yes.
Can you give me PP because of general mobilization bullshit?
Yes.
Thank you. 100 or something, so I can mobilize everything. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm going back to my fucking Führerbunker.
Yes. Okay.
We are not interrupting, are we, sir? We've just.
1 second.
We were just saying to Mr. Erdogan that certain narratives he might be wise to distance himself from in the public light, but otherwise it is up to his country what to do.
Of course, I thank you for your suggestion, my
Yes,
beautiful friend.
Yes, my friend.
I suggest you to reduce your alcohol because your liver could be hurt.
No,
It is not very healthy, you know?
I need to be. No. You know how many agreements that I have had over a glass of liquor, my friend? We went to Poland, they lifted their sanctions because I drank their vodka. And I went to Germany, got some schnapps and beer. They said hello. I went to Paris, they gave me Shrek.
You are very happy, I see.
Yes, Pakistan is entering a new era.
All right, my friend. I wish
But
you the best
I
in
will-
this. Our investments in you also finished, by the way, I think.
I
I
believe
think we
they
started it last week, yes.
they
We
might
will
have
continue.
failed, but a lot of our investments tend to fail. They tend to fall through.
No, failed just means that it's completed.
Right.
Because
Okay.
it is a decision in MD, right? Out of character,
Yes.
just to clarify.
Yes,
It is a decision, and usually it fails, it runs out. But this doesn't mean that it fails, it's just finished.
All right.
It is worded.
All right.
Gentlemen, we'd
Yes.
we'd possibly like to talk to both of you if potential. We think both your nations might be interested in this
Yes.
proposal.
Okay.
We've been going around some nations. We went to Saudi Arabia and then the new government in Lebanon, and we're slowly trying to establish some form of either formal or informal coalition to, well, come up with a solution to the oppression of the Palestinians. The Israelis have invaded Gaza again, and they're threatening the rest of Palestine at the same time. This is
Have they
getting
invaded Gaza
outrageous.
again?
They have. They've invaded Gaza once again.
Are you sure?
They did,
Because
and
we just heard
they
that
didn't
Hamas
tag
got
anyone in
elected.
doing it.
I don't know how Israel would have. I don't know.
They invaded. No, they invaded Gaza. But they haven't
Yes.
like declared war. It's odd. Anyway, but yeah.
Frank Schwanz hat mich gekillt. Okay, er heißt
Well,
Frank Schwanz. Das ist sein Name.
we have made our position clear to Mr. Erdogan on this matter.
No, it is complete. Yes, of course. It is
Ah.
unacceptable what the Israeli nation does, and this will continue. It's just background things that confused me a bit.
No, you're fine.
That is, it is unacceptable what is going on, you know, and Turkey will
Yes, yeah.
continue to raise its voice for
Well,
the
we think,
Palestinian cause.
We think if all the concerned nations begin, like, at the very least, informal discussion and cooperation, so we can most effectively resist the Israeli occupation in Palestine, it'd be a good first step. We have the Saudis and the Lebanese willing to enter such a discourse.
And this has been a
which-
struggle for Arabs for decades, my friend. This is not a new development.
Well, no, we know we've been a part of that struggle.
What would you
We've aided the
expect? We've
Palestinians for
tried to
decades.
fight. Arab states have tried to fight it directly, and they've only lost every time.
Yes, but this is what I'm saying. The world is slowly turning against them. The US is in decline to some extent. The point being, we must be ready and coordinated. If we do not coordinate around this, then Israel will be allowed to stomp on the Arabs and the Palestinians for decades to come. We must be prepared.
This will, of course, never be tolerated by Turkey. We know that Israel is very afraid. They are very afraid.
But we
And,
do,
yes.
But we do think at the very least, informal cooperation between all the nations would be a good step. It would allow us to all be able to, well, at the very least, on the international stage, show solidarity and coordinate our sanctions and other things that may occur and-
Any such thing, of
Shush.
course, any
Shush,
such thing
everybody.
has to be... The fuck?
Shush.
What do you
From
want?
Berlin. Shush.
Leave
Oh, we're in
now.
Berlin.
Yeah,
Well, I
retake
thought I
from
was
Berlin
listening.
from the immigrants from Turkey.
I'm
and
waiting for
Pakistan.
so long, Angela. I'm waiting for so long to speak to you. You wanted to speak to me, and then you left me alone with Pakistan.
Yeah, because we were talking with Pakistan. So let me finish with South Korea, and after that we can talk. But
DPRK, if we could speak in 10 minutes.
Vacate the room.
What is this,
I will-
huh? What is this, huh?
I will wait in Berlin.
So, is there any for sale in stock?
I'm trying to find the hub for Asia. Is Asia hub? Likes to oh, that's right here. I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna go talk to Ukraine. Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Poroshenko. How are you today?
Mr. I'm good. We are at war, but I'm good. Yes.
Well, I've heard the news. I just wanted to come. I have gotten perspectives from the Western European countries of the developments in Ukraine, and I just want to hear what your side of things might be. How has this war come to head?
Sorry, can you repeat, because I just did strikes on Russian oil fields.
Yes, the explosions I could understand are quite loud in the background. How has this war started? What motivated? From what I am understanding, Ukraine has started this conflict, and we want to know why.
No, we have not started this conflict. We have simply stated that we try to regain the Donbas region. And since there was a lot of flip-flopping and broken promises from the US and from Russia, we have decided to take matters into our own hands. It is merely a restoration of our territorial integrity.
Is it worth the trouble, my friend? We had, from what we understood in Pakistan, there was an agreement between you and Russia that would have prevented this kind of an outcome.
Yes, but the US flip-flopped a lot, and they said no, they can't do that anymore. So we are forced.
Are a very tedious demand, Mr. Poroshenko.
Your nuclear weapons, you say?
You wanted a nuclear umbrella from the United States, am I?
Yes.
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 That is what I mean. It is a very tedious situation where it is why. You must understand the United States' position on why they would have pulled out. A nuclear
understand
war
this.
would not have been beneficial, but is there any way that Pakistan could help you and Russia find an agreement that is going to lead to a lasting ceasefire, if anything?
Well, Russia has to not be involved anymore in the Donbas, and Ukraine takes the Donbas. That's our demand.
Yes, but in order to find a ceasefire, my friend, we must give and take. So what is Ukraine willing to give in order to take that?
Well, in exchange, we give up our claim to the Crimea.
You give them Crimea? Well, is this war...
Yes.
What prevents Russia from just taking both things? They currently occupy them militarily, do they not? Clandestinely, at least.
Well, we have nothing to really threaten Russia. The only thing that would have threatened Russia was the nuclear umbrella.
I agree.
But then, since this is gone now, we have nothing. Unless we develop our own nukes.
We would strongly advise against developing your own nuclear weapons, but we could help. What does Ukraine need for its fighting efforts? We have many leftover weapons from the Civil War.
We need IVs and tanks mostly right now.
Thanks. We could we could send you 161 M48 patents if you would like. We've had them in stockpile for many decades, but they should be operational.
Well, we take anything at this point.
All right. Well, we'll send those to you. Why not? Just this once. All right. It is not a big weapons agreement or anything. It is just this one time to help help Ukraine preserve its sovereignty. We do support you in that fight. But at the same time, you must see that there has to be peace at some time. Otherwise, Russia could just... What prevents Russia from invading the rest of Ukraine?
Well,
What if
right
they
now,
did that?
that's true. Yeah, then we are in big trouble.
Very
We're
big
seeking for a
trouble.
resolution.
A lot of trouble. I agree. And, what is this damn thing?
Well, Georgia declared war on Armenia.
We would advise that you try your best to sit down with Moscow and negotiate some agreement that is everlasting. And we were willing to help you. We are very much willing to help you in this endeavor. We have good relations with at least Russia. It is decent. They sanctioned us, but they're decent now. It is possible to be an enemy and become a friend.
We can come back to this offer as soon as we see the need to, but right now we don't see the need to do that anytime soon.
All right, well...
We will fight.
If you insist, my friend. We just hope that the casualties will not be too high. As the days go by, the more people die. And they are Ukrainian as well as Russian.
That is true.
Just think of this. How is the air situation in Ukraine?
How do I put this in propaganda terms? It is doing decently well.
Decently well. Well, we have a few reports, and correct me if I'm wrong here. We are in private, so you don't have to be propaganda-y, but correct me if I'm wrong. Have most Ukrainian cities been bombed by Russian missiles?
Well, that is true. Well, they fired with Iskander missiles, which are very difficult to intercept for us, even though we have Patriot or rockets, but imagine it doesn't work against rockets. We have Patriots, yes.
Oh.
In their army and as rockets.
Well, that is actually kind of impressive. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yes, yes.
And
It's certainly something
so the
that
United States has completely pulled out of Ukraine.
they have completely pulled out. Yes.
Interesting. Well, it seems like the West is in a weak position, my friend. I do think that you should negotiate with Russia. I understand that you want to fight for your patriotic duty, and it is your patriotic duty to fight. Do not get me wrong. And these are separatists from the Ukrainian state, but perhaps there could have been a legal agreement where both you and Russia could have taken care of these separatists on your own. Together. Peacefully.
Well, we tried this, but peace, unfortunately, was not an option. It seems like.
It does
because
seem
neither
like
Russia or the US has been consistent with their statements. Unfortunately.
Yes, we've heard the conflicting things from Russia, but from what we understand, it is looking a lot worse for Ukraine than it is the Russians currently.
That might be your assessment.
Well, we just want to try to motivate you to negotiate, my friend. We are not trying to bring you down. We just want you to sit down with Moscow and find peace.
Well, there can be peace if the Donbass is returned to Ukraine. Then we can have peace.
In exchange for Crimea, right? That was your offer?
Yes.
All right. Well,
Yes.
I'll go to Moscow and I'll see what they think of this, okay? And
all right.
If
all
it's
right.
an agreeable stance, then we will be back.
All right.
Hello?
All right. Hello. How can we help you?
Well, we were just in Kiev talking, well, on the phone with Kiev, talking to the president, and we were hoping that Pakistan could help facilitate some kind of agreement here that would end the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And Ukraine actually gave us an offer for peace that we think that Russia should consider.
Yes, please. We're listening. We could move to waiting room because this is war cabinet also,
Yes.
so maybe people might be shouting.
Yes.
All right, we wish you the best of luck, Mr. Pakistani delegate.
Thank you. All right. So, the Ukrainians were very hard to get through, so I do not I don't blame you for your military action against them, but
The people of the Donbass had to be protected, and the Crimeans deserve a fair referendum, so we seized it. But we will adhere to the UNSC resolution.
Mr.
Oh,
Putin,
another
the
missile strike.
Ukrainians
Yes.
are willing to. Let me at least first make Pakistan's position clear on the separatists in Ukraine first, okay?
Yes.
Just as a point of order. We do not believe that Russia does have any right to infringe on the sovereignty of these republics, even though they
No,
are
we
separatists.
can agree to this.
Agreed, okay. Ukraine has requested their prospect for peace is that Russia would withdraw from Donetsk and Luhansk, and in exchange, the state of Crimea would be given to Russia.
We do not think this is an acceptable offer, because Crimea has to hold a referendum. It's not to be given to us. The UNSC clearly mandates it should have a referendum. If it wants to join Ukraine again, this is fine. And the Donbass, the issue why the Donbass people stood up has not even been properly investigated. We have investigated it, but most of the world would likely see that investigation as biased. We can understand this. But it has not properly been addressed by either Ukrainian government or any international community. But as we see it, the Luhansk and Donetsk people rose up because in 2004 already, because the Ukrainians deposed a president they chose, which was Yanukovych, and and Yushchenko was installed. Of course, this was constitutional, but there was he was chosen to rule Ukraine, and then as a response there were protests. Protests turned into separatism. Well, you know the history, but this has not been addressed.
Let me draw a recent and decent comparison, okay, for just for Russia. Maybe something that you could
we always
understand.
listen.
In Pakistan, when we were in a time of terrible civil unrest, there was civil war in our country. Russia came and supported the government with weapons to go and fight these separatists in Baluchistan, especially. And these weapons were used to destroy a separatist movement, which has now since brought more peace to Pakistan than if we had just left it there to be a bargaining chip of other nations, okay? And we think that it is worth considering that maybe these separatists in eastern Ukraine are more trouble than they are worth, and you just take Crimea as an exchange of goodwill.
Because if I take Crimea now,
There
I'll
have
get
been
the
many
international community all over
in
me.
history to defend Russia's ownership of Crimea.
Yes, I understand, but no, I'm sorry. I appreciate your coming to us to discuss this issue, but it is not. It does not address the core issues of this conflict. I'm very sorry. We do not want
Is Russia not concerned
just
that
seize.
Western countries could get involved in this?
Yes, we are, of course. And we've warned them about this, what the consequences are, and this has made the. Oh, we synced some Ukrainian ships. This has made the Americans luckily back down because the consequences would be very big if they did. And we have been working and active on the diplomatic stage very much, insofar that Germany actually supports this special military operation, as
Really?
well as France. Yes, they do.
Right. And this is okay then. As long as you have support from other Western countries and the countries
Yes, of
around
course,
the
there's no
world.
UNSC mandate, and we are very disappointed by this.
Yes,
But
Ukraine does appear to be the aggressor. We do agree. They broke treaties and international
yes, well,
laws.
of course, and we can see that we violate Ukrainian sovereignty by moving into Donbass right now. You know, there's no Donbass referendum, etc. But if we had not done this, there is no telling what would have happened to those people. There is no telling. Let me tell you that.
Well,
because we
we
know
could
what they
say
did
what
in
is
Crimea.
happening to them now. They are getting shelled by Ukrainian militaries. Are they not?
Yes, they're getting shelled by Ukrainians, but they're not getting unlawfully detained, put into prison, labeled as pro-Russians, because that is what they did in Crimea. That is what they did in Crimea. And they would have done the same.
And war is much better. And if
No,
if
it is not better.
thousands of people
But
die, how many people have
if-
died in just the
please,
first months of this
Please, Mr.
conflict?
Pakistani delegate, if I wanted to, I could let my troops march into Kiev in 3 days. I choose not to. I choose not to because it would cause devastation to the country of Ukraine. I am fighting Ukraine with one arm in behind my back purposefully to avoid extra casualties. But sometimes it is inevitable. There has been a coalition to fight Hezbollah also through war, because another option was not manageable. Turkey invaded Kurdistan also because it was inevitable. And we stand up for the people of the Donbass because it is inevitable. But we are fighting with restraint. We escalate how Ukraine escalates.
All right. Well,
That is all we do. They fire missiles at us, we fire missiles at them. They fight in Donbass, we fight in Donbass. And if they decide to escalate this to the Kharkiv theater, or the Sumy theater, or the Chernihiv theater, then we will do so too. But if not, then our troops will remain put.
Well,
and we need to address the underlying issues, or else there can be no lasting peace.
I agree. What kind of a peace proposal would be satisfying to Moscow?
The Crimean referendum should have to be held. The people of the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republic should state their voices. Why have they risen up? What do they want? Do they want autonomy within Ukraine? Do they want independence, lasting independence? And there should be a UNSC mandate on how to proceed with this. That is what is important, and then we can talk about demilitarization. Perhaps there's also a problem with fascism in the government in Ukraine, but this is not our issue. This is a Ukrainian sovereign issue to solve. We do not want to infringe on the sovereignty of Ukraine, but the Crimean referendum should be in it, not just a seizure by Russia, as well as addressing the issue of the separatism in the Donbass. It did not come out of nowhere. And it did not come because of Russian support, like the Western nations most time claimed.
I think that is a fair assessment from Moscow, but we do think that the prospect of peace must be still possible, and that the two nations of Ukraine and Russia do sit down and talk.
We are very willing to do so.
Well, perhaps Pakistan is just not the strongest diplomatic partner that we could get this achieved, but hopefully there is a country that could get you to sit down and discuss your differences, not blow each other up and cause suffering for generations. But thank you, Mr. Putin. I appreciate you.
Yes, yeah, thank you for your hard work too.
Yes, sir.
Before you leave, dear Pakistan
Yes.
delegate, we do need to speak to you in Beijing.
Okay.
With me or with Pakistan?
Our Pakistani friend. Sorry.
Oh, okay, very good, no problem.
All right.
We do wish
Russia.
wish you good
Really
luck in
quick.
your conflict.
Really quick, Mr. Putin. We
Yes.
wanted, since you did supply us with rifles during our time of need, we want to
Yes.
return the favor and send some rifles back to you.
Well, our stockpiles are actually doing very well, so you can keep them for future issues you might have.
One Israeli helicopter that we have stolen?
No, if you would want to help us, you could do investment in Russian territory.
All right.
In Perm.
We could do
We would
that.
like to have civilian factories. Sadly, we cannot return the favor because our paperwork does not allow it. Russian bureaucracy
where
is
would you like them?
terrible. Perm.
Perm.
Perm. Yes, we have investment encouragement there, so it's cheaper for you.
Where is
and faster.
Where is it? What does it buy?
It's how do I explain where it is? It's if you zoom out, you see a big R on the map from Russia.
Yes.
If you are in, it's on the R, just right of it.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, that was very good. Perfect. All right.
Yes. This is how we teach Russian geography in Russian schools.
We could do.
Well, we thank you for
three
your
civilian factories for $30 billion if you'd like.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes.
We need more to put more people in the factories. You know.
Of course. Good luck in your conflict. And
thank you.
Farewell, Mr. Putin. Farewell.
See you later.
Oh my God! Ukraine has lost 145,000.
I know.
We
have been. I've
Jesus
been watching the
Christ.
casualties go. I've been trying to get them to stop fighting each other when I saw that they were at like 70,000, and now it's over 100,000.
There's no way they're not going for fucking nukes. So let's get ready to fucking put a stop to that.
No.
Yeah, maybe.
There's a way to see what they're researching, I think.
If you have a
yeah, if we have the intel for them, which I'm just going to pop a quick SAT mission on them, which we have top SATs again. Yeah, sorry.
Fucking covers the entire fucking screen.
Yeah, my bad. Hold on. Okay, fucking SAT mission on them is go. We will see their full fucking research. I just don't know if we see special projects, but what I want to see
You have
is
to
if
help
they have
over
any.
it. Do they even have fucking? They should.
They have no ice. They have IRBM technology, which is what they're looking for. Enables early IRBMs. They can build them.
Yeah.
But they need. I think they need 1975 for nuclear IRBMs. But they don't need missiles to drop bombs. They can use it from planes as well.
Well, this is mostly talking about if we can find the physical location of their R&D site, that you can see like what they're researching.
Which we might need our AWACS planes over there, which we can get from our carriers. I'll get a carrier mission.
Policy, at least.
Oh, but in Pakistan's here if you want to talk about the thing.
Yeah, Pakistan. You wanted military equipment, yeah?
Yes, I think that we wanted your most advanced military aircraft.
Yeah, well, we have, let's see, in terms of global military production, we are over double the second highest. And then past that, then it's just a steep drop down. We are producing military equipment like it's nobody's fucking business. It is going very fast. It's cost us a bit of a pretty penny, but it's still going very fucking quickly. We're going to have excess military equipment forever for the rest of time, and it's always going to be our most modern shit. Pakistan, do me a favor. Could you inform us what is your total fielding amount of IFVs? And Turkey, hello. Turkey, I'm requesting officially from your nation the ability to transport one small, non-armed carrier fleet through the Bosporus into the Black Sea with AWACS aircraft meant for reconnaissance.
Of course, approved.
Thank you. Love you, my friend.
I am actually here to offer you something, my friend.
And what do you have to offer?
In our very successful and very quick and very fierce and very, very, very breakthrough operation against Hezbollah, as well as Druze, as well as Kurdistan, as well as the Alawite state, as well as Lebanon, we have successfully captured several Merkava Israeli Zionist Jewish tanks.
Wow. I have one
Wonderful.
Israeli helicopter from the black market.
And we are more than ready to send them for reverse engineering over to our Chinese friends.
And how much money do you want for this, my friend?
Let me look first.
Also to,
first of all, what would your heart offer? What is your heart saying when you
How
see
many
these
do you
Jewish
have, my friend?
tanks? Let me look for a second. You know, the Merkavas, they're really interesting tanks.
Mr. Shinkong, we do not have any
Yes.
IFVs. 0 IFVs. Not
You
one
wanted
division.
the IFVs, did you not?
What? Yes.
You wanted
yes.
the IVs, did
We
you not?
do.
Okay, all right. How many main battle tanks do you have fielded?
0. All of our military is made up of light. Oh, no, we do. Never mind, hang on. I thought it was all infantry.
Never mind, hang on.
Jay,
3
you know
infantry
you know how to look at your total
Yes.
fielded equipment, right? Not stockpile, but fielded equipment.
Yeah, in the ledger. The army overview.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
then-
yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I have
And
to
main
put
battle
this-
tank, you have no MBTs fielded?
Sorry, main battle tanks we have 364 fielded. IVs? Yeah, we don't have
We're
any
gonna give you
IFVs.
500 We're gonna give you 500 MBTs and 1,000 IFVs.
Oh.
And they're gonna be top ship. Like these are goated. We'll give you the CTC Z99A variant. We have 554 in stockpile. We're gonna give you 500 of those.
I have
and
283 of those. The ZTZ 99As? Yeah.
Yeah. Those are
I think
fielded?
those are the ones I'm producing. Yeah, they're fielded.
Oh, and this one's pretty. Yeah, okay. Well, we're just gonna fucking go ahead and quickly triple your fucking stockpile of them. They're good shit.
I make 'em
They're
one a
quality
week.
equipment.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, here's 500 weeks.
Yeah.
Fucking. Okay, I'm putting them on the market now.
Alright.
Turkey, do you have a total count for me?
I have to put them away from all of my fucking divisions. Give me a second, my friend.
Yeah, just restrict if you. Never mind. I should not do
no,
that. I know
I'm
you
doing
do.
it.
Yeah.
I'm getting them out of my divisions right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my soldiers are seeing the Zionist tank and they are immediately like, oh, what a great victory. We have to use it. We have to show it everybody in the parades. And I say, no. Let's do some deals first.
No.
So what is this?
The IFVs are up for you as well. Very good IFVs. What you're going to do is you're going to take your APC battalions and you're just going to swap them out for IFVs and currently standing divisions.
Alright.
Small arms wise, what are you fielding?
Let me see.
We're making 1,900 a week of 2015.
Hey, Enbo.
100
Yes.
How much is your how much soft attack does your small arms do?
I'm using Polish small arms as NATO equipment.
Well, mine does 21.1. It's better than the Polish one.
The Polish does 20.4. Interesting. We will speak about this later.
We are making.
Alright, well, I'll get at your hair then.
No problem, my love. I will visit you
552,
immediately.
Which is small arms 1995.
Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma
And we
boy.
have- Are you asking fielded rifles or in stockpile rifles? Because I got.
Yes, I'm asking fielded.
Pissed.
I have a shit ton in
Why,
stockpile too.
why don't I still... Why am I not able to sell these fucking things? This fucking Merkava bullshit. Wait.
It take a while to phase out of
I have
your
96,000 small
Yeah.
arms in use, and
Mhm.
30,000 of them are German. 3,500 of them are Chinese.
Read me the names
Chinese.
of the main users, the most
QBG.
quantities.
Huh?
Read me the name of the ones that are have the most quantity.
G3A31 has 30,357 units. The
Okay, and then
QBZ
the next?
95 is 3,533.
Not the 95 one, just the 95.
95, yeah, just 95.
Okay, all right. And how many are you fielding? How much small arms are you fielding total?
96,000, and then my domestic rifle, I have 32,000 in deployed. So the most I have are the G3A3s and the 552, which are mine.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I could give you, like, in stockpile right now. I have 500,000 rifles. I have 154,000 2005. I have 76,000 2015. I can give you 100,000 2005 rifles, QBZ 95 ones, but this is essentially going to transform the Pakistani military overnight into a very advanced air fighting force.
Well, we would be.
What assurances do we have that you're going to continue to be a strong partner and ally to China?
Well, we've raised our security spending, and we're hoping to have our first elections here in the next year. Again.
How many bonds does
our stability?
China have over?
We've gotten rid of the child soldiers.
It says it right there. You don't have to go all the way to the max.
And also, yeah, China holds enormous economic leverage over Pakistan currently.
I'm not asking about the leverage. I'm asking about if you can start paying those off.
Yeah, we probably could.
Over time, start doing that very slightly. We want to stabilize the Pakistani state and also continue to foster strong relations between us.
We could also keep our military spending low if that keeps assurances.
We're going to give you 75,000 2015 rifles. They're going to be transported through the same railroad that transported the military equipment that stabilized your regime in the first place. You will not need to purchase them directly. And put them to good use. Try to separate them from the bulk of your entire army and try to put them into just a there we go. They're on their way. Try to put them into just a a few of your divisions at first until you can start producing excess. Continue to work with us. We're not just paying you back now for what you've given us, but this is us buying credit. Continue to work with us, and you will continue to be armed and militarized in a way that you don't even need to ever build military factories ever again.
Well, perfect. Then we look forward to this future, and we'll continue to be a good partner. Our Air Force is lacking. We lost most of the Air Force we lost it mostly during the Civil War.
We have a spare amount. We have 300 non-used J-14s. The J-14 is a very excellent fighter. Also carrier capable. Not that it would really be incredibly relevant to your nation, but there you have it. We are going to transport you 10 fighter wings of these. They operate in small wings of 10, so that'll be a total of 100 aircraft. 100 J-14s to operate in the Pakistani Air Force.
All right. Perfect. And is this for payment, or are you just giving?
This is again credit. This is all of this is credit, my friend. This is friendship. That's what this is.
Yes. Of course. Well, we are open.
Very advanced fighter, good for air deterrence, very good for any of your needs. Please come to us when if you need anything else in the future.
Will do.
Anything at all.
Well, we thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And we hope to talk soon again.
Good day.
Good day. Oh, really quick. What is China, if anything, planning to do about this whole Ukraine situation?
We've sanctioned Ukraine militarily, and we are definitely calling on Ukraine to cease their actions. They have they're a pariah state. This is abhorrent, the amount of casualties that they're pouring onto their own people. 155,000 soldiers have died. Not needless to say, all the civilian casualties that have probably occurred. Ukraine needs to cease immediately.
We agree. And we've talked to the Ukrainians and the Russians. I think your ambassador was there for us talking to the Russians, but the Ukrainians, it was really interesting because they said that they would be willing to have peace if Russia stopped meddling in the Donbass, but they would give up Crimea to Russia. Which was confusing to us because we thought that was one of the cornerstones of the conflict. We thought that
is definitely confusing.
Yeah, but
Very
ultimately
confusing.
it didn't matter. The Russians are more concerned that they violated international law.
I mean, the only way to explain this is pure pariah behavior. I mean, there's nothing else that can be said. This is just ridiculous. What is happening right now?
Yes, well, at least we could agree on that, of course.
Yes.
But thank you, and farewell, sir.
Good
Sorry.
day.
Oh, the hubs are gone. Hmm. The hubs disappeared way too early. That's okay. And let's make these Pakistan. What? Why is it decommissioned? What the hell? Let's make them a little smaller. We don't have too many IFVs, to be honest. Should have done that earlier, wasting some of that, but that's okay. Das is fine. I'd rather have numbers over anything, to be honest. I can always get more from China. Okay, so those will be good. Gave me a shit ton of tanks too that'll be delivered shortly-ish. 25 days, it seems. We're gonna change a lot of our infantry units over to some of the other shit as well. This channel is still here, so okay, yeah, I think the game's over in 2 minutes, so which I'll shoot right. And Pakistan's more stable. We've got some investments. We're making money for the first time in a long time. We want to pay off some of this bond. Some of these bonds that China owns. I want to buy back 11 billion just to start. And cool. Hello?
Hello.
Hello. All the channels disappeared, so I'm here.
You're so beautiful, my friend.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sajat Tautwater.
Thank you.
No, that's all I wanted to say. You're beautiful, my friend.
Oh,
Your
thank-
hair is beautiful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Who are you? I've never met you before in my life.
Berlusconi is still, well, I should probably, well, there have been
Zanoni.
elections, but I need,
Your name
I need
tag
to,
says Zanoni.
I don't know anymore. There have been like 8 different 9 or 10 different governments at this point.
Well, welcome to Islamabad.
Yeah, I just, yes.
Thank you for telling me that I'm beautiful.
Yes, I do not, can I buy your name? Do you have any ships for sale?
Any ships for sale? No, we are not even
Why
building
do you
any
have
vessels.
a division called the Crack Unit?
They're from the Civil War, my friend. Do not
I'm
worry.
sorry,
Are you spying on my country? What is happening?
No. I just had.
You are a spy.
No, I am not spying. That's not.
You are a spy.
I am not an evil person.
Saying you're not an evil person makes you seem like an evil person.
Why are you racist against Italians? I'm sorry, that was
You're
not
racist
meant.
against
No,
us,
no,
my
no.
friend. You're racist against us. We're not racist.
No, I take it back, my friend. You're so beautiful. I'm sorry. I just came here to say hi. Because making
Right.
friends is good, right? Making friends is good.
It is okay. Friends are okay.
You're beautiful, my friend.
Right.
I hope you have a very beautiful military people, and you yourself are the most beautiful Pakistani man I've seen.
Why, thank you, my friend. Why, thank you.
Very well. I believe I shall head back to Rome then.
Alright. Farewell.
Farewell, my beautiful friend.
What?
Hello.
What?
All the ups are gone.
What did you want?
Nothing, mate. All the channels are gone, so I'm just here, mate.
Oh, I see.
I'm also
I bought
renaming
some
all of these
tomahawks.
divisions because they're called crack units rather than these.
Yeah, that's-
for security.
I would rather change that.
I am.
Your Majesty. Sigma boy, Sigma boy. Okay, I have to end the game real quick.
Yes.
Where is Quasar? Where the fuck is it? Okay.
Alright, well, that is the end of the stream. If you are watching this, I will not be here next weekend, so there will be no stream on next Saturday, but there will be a game, so there's gonna be some things happening that I will miss, but it will be okay. Hopefully a world war doesn't start in the 1 week that I miss. But it was fun. Thanks for tuning in, and have a good night. Thank you.